Good evening. I'd like to call to order the October 15th, 2024 Pinole City Council meeting. And if you will please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Next on the agenda is roll call, city clerk's report, and statement of conflict.
Thank you. Mayor Toms.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sasai.
Here.
Councilmember Tave.
Here. Councilmember
Martinez-Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Murphy. Oh, is not yet arrived, but shall be here shortly. I'll note that for the record. And we have City Manager Young.
Here.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Friday, October 11th at 3:15 p.m. with all legally required notices. No comments were received in advance of the meeting. Does the Council have any conflicts to report on any agenda item this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next on the item on the agenda is to convene into a closed session. Citizens may address the council regarding a closed session item prior to the council adjourning into the closed session by first providing a speaker card to the clerk. So the first item, the only item we have is conference with labor negotiators, and this is per Government Code 54957.6. Agency designated representatives include the City Manager, Kelsey Young, City Attorney, Eric Kasher, Human Resources Director, Stacy Schell, and Finance Director, Markeisha Guillory. The employee organizations are Ask Me Local 1, Ask Me Local 512, and the Management Compensation Plan. Do we have any speakers on this item? Okay,
Nope.
Then we will go into closed session and return. I don't know if we have an estimate or
I think 6 p.m.
6 p.m. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, good evening. We'll reconvene into open session, and we have no announcements out of closed session. So next on the agenda is item 6, that's citizens to be heard. Citizens may speak under any item not listed on the agenda, and the time limit is 3 minutes. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, thank you. In person, we have Mary Horton, followed by William Horton.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mary Horton, former Mayor of Pinole. As the late, great Gretchen Mariotti used to say, I love Pinole. I still remember that. I want to thank our Public Works Department for maintaining our roads, our parks, restriping the streets. You know, that's so important. It's safety, and it makes our town look so nice and polished. And I appreciate it. Cleaning up the trash, doing the maintenance, often overlooked. But I want to say thank you to the Public Works staff. I want to also remind everyone, you know, with the holidays coming up, we got Halloween and we're going into the Christmas and holiday season. You know, shop Pinole. Shop Pinole. It really fortifies our community. Personally, I use Staples quite a bit for my artwork, and they're always very professional and efficient, and they're increasing in sales. So apparently it's quite a hub. And I just want to put a plug in for Staples. It's one of my second haunts. Again, no need to shop elsewhere. Pinole has it all. So, and I also would like to say we need to support our services. We need to vote yes on Measure I. That's the sales tax measure. My husband, William Horton, will come and speak in more detail about that. And there is a drop box here at City Hall. So with the election season on, lots of people are voting early. So get out and vote, do your public duty, and may the best man or woman win. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Pinole voter William Horton, and Madam Mayor, after I speak, perhaps the City Attorney could address the apparent error in the argument against Measure I in the ballot book, and something that I already asked about back in May 2024, to remind his memory. Measure I is something I voted yes for already. I've already voted, and it will fund our police, fire, parks, and streets. It's very important that Measure I, half-cent sales tax, will go to Pinole, not to Sacramento or to Washington. Yes, luxuries like your large-screen TVs will cost more. However, grocery food to prepare and needed prescriptions will not be taxed, and that's somewhat unclear in some of the arguments against it. Shoppers visiting Pinole will help contribute sales tax funds for the wear and tear on our roads. And voting yes on Measure I will help support our daily quality of life in Pinole. Vote by mail, as Mary mentioned, by mail or at the City of Pinole drop box, which is outside on the concrete walkway. Remember to get to the end of the ballot and vote yes on Measure I for our Pinole police, fire, parks, and streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizens to be heard?
There are no more public comments.
Okay, thank you. Raphael, was that for citizens to be heard? Yes. Oh, okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Raphael Mess. I'm a resident of Pinole, and I'm speaking tonight in my private capacity. First off, I'd like to echo the words of the prior speaker in praise of Measure I. The city needs the funds that the measure would generate to fill ongoing expenses, not one time. So we couldn't fix it by just stopping one-time projects because that wouldn't fit with our city's policies. It would also just be fundamentally bad fiscal practice. And also because sales tax is the most broadly accepted tax at the present moment. I think that we should fund what the city needs through paying for it, not necessarily through bond measures or through simply letting things decay and deferred maintenance, but through actually being willing to tax ourselves as a community to pay for the things we all collectively agree that we want to desire. Things like police, things like fire, things like roads, the fundamental basic elements of our functioning as a city and as a city government that we will be less able to do if Measure I fails. So I urge everyone registered to vote in the city of Pinole to vote in favor of Measure I. Secondly, with regards to COVID-19 data, it looks like the test positivity rate has decreased slightly. For California, it's at 7.6% overall, but it's still out there. And I would urge people to get the COVID-19 booster shot if they've already been vaccinated, or get vaccinated against COVID-19 if they have not. I just got mine personally yesterday, so if I sound a bit groggy, that's probably part of the reason why. Finally, to sort of conclude my opening comments, I would like to request the support of the community in my seeking the office of Pinole City Treasurer. I believe that that office would benefit the city more if we worked to create greater transparency, to make the city's finances accessible to the public, and to help the community hold the city accountable. I believe that my personal experience, how my brain is wired, and the work that I've done all qualify me for this work. And I'm proud to have the support of the Contra Costa and California Democratic parties, as well as the International Association of Firefighters in that regard. Please note that you can register to vote up until, I believe, October 21st, and you can cast a provisional ballot after that, but ideally you should register before then. Please cast your vote this November 5th, and I would appreciate it if you cast it for me for Pinole City Treasurer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speakers?
That concludes the comments. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. So next on the agenda is reports and communications. And I have a number of items. Since we didn't meet October 1st, I have a report going back to the end of September where I participated in the coastal cleanup, and I just wanted to recognize all of the volunteers and staff who helped put that together. I didn't hear about the competition with the city manager. Maybe in her city manager report we can hear about that. We had an awesome day on September 22nd where we had Green Day receive the key to our city, which was really awesome. Yeah, just an all-around terrific afternoon. And I attended the East Bay Wildfire Coalition meeting. This is a group of leaders from West Contra Costa County, Berkeley, and Oakland that participate in efforts, and we're looking at being on the same page, developing codes for building codes and code enforcement codes, things that will help prevent wildfire. We also heard from East Bay Regional Park District on some of their programs, and they're one of the biggest property owners of areas that are within the high fire severity zone, so it was good to hear from them. I also attended the Cal Cities East Bay Division meeting where we received an update on legislation and propositions. Very worthwhile meeting. And then also attended National Night Out, and just another shout out to staff for putting that together. Very hot evening, but it was very well attended. Community is really thankful that we continue to have that event. On October 3rd, I attended the mayor's conference, and again, a little bit different topic, but still the same guest, and that's East Bay Regional Park District, discussing their fire reduction practices and what they're doing to. They have a long-term plan to reduce fuels in the area. And again, another shout out to our law enforcement for holding the Bike the Bridges program. And one of the routes did go through Pinole, and it was a really good event. It's the traditional law enforcement support of Special Olympics. So I was actually able to ride that, do the ride and raise some money. So thanks for that. Coffee with a Cop, and that happened at East Bay Coffee in Old Town. Another great event. And then we had Westcat meeting last Thursday, talked about some of the Measure R funds that are going to be deployed for equipment in our area. And then just on Sunday, attended the dedication to the Bob Ramos Rich Voicey Fire Station 74. And again, thank you to staff for working hard on putting those events together. So I'll turn to our Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Toms, and it seems like it's been a long time since the last council meeting. And just for, to go back, do we have to go to council appointments first?
Yes, thank you. We rarely have that on the agenda, so I missed that. But we have an appointment of a representative and alternate to serve on the Green Empowerment Zone Board of Directors. And I would like to volunteer myself for that position. I have held other similar positions in my day job, and this will not conflict with my day job at all, but have a lot of experience with all of the northern waterfront area and some of the Green Empowerment Zone businesses that would benefit from a Green Empowerment Zone. And so I'm just wondering if there's any other interest in joining that, either as an alternate or a board member.
Could you give a brief description of the organization just for the public?
Sure. And that's, it's in the staff report, but it's according to Assembly Bill 844, and it was authored by Tim Grayson, the Assembly member over in the Concord area, and it established a green empowerment zone for the northern waterfront area of Contra Costa County, and then it's been expanded to include Pinole. And there are incentives for new development that are green businesses coming into those areas.
At this point in time, I don't have any availability on those Fridays.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I would be happy to serve on the committee. I attended a few meetings at the early start of it. We, or the governing board, actually had to vote to push more of our smaller cities on that, because we had some of the bigger cities representing, but not so much some of our smaller cities, including El Cerrito and Pinole. And so just looking forward to, would love to serve on it, but also looking forward for us to officially approve our role in it, because we are currently
So
not
we
there.
have 3 individuals interested. somebody,
Oh, no, I'm not interested.
oh, you're
No,
not?
the availability doesn't allow me to
Oh,
attend.
okay, I'm
So
sorry.
I
thought
can't
you did.
attend as either a representative or an alternate.
Got it. Okay. So, do we need a motion or, is,
That would be helpful, yes.
okay, appointment? And I'd like to move that Councilmember Murphy and I be the appointed representatives. I'd like to be the representative and Councilmember Murphy is the alternate. Is that,
Or we can switch, maybe? Or I'm Martinez. I'll take the representative role. I'm happy to.
well, my motion is for me to be the representative and you the alternate.
Okay.
Is that okay?
No, I would like to be the representative.
Okay, well then, is there a second to my motion?
Yes, I second your motion.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll move approval of myself and Mayor Toms as, myself as the representative, Mayor Toms as the alternate.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
And I'm a no, but that passes 3-2. Okay, all right, congratulations.
Looking forward to working together.
All right, go ahead with your,
Thanks, Mayor Toms. Well, first off, happy Filipino-American History Month. If you don't notice on TV, but I'm wearing a barong, which is a formal wear in the Philippines. But this is a time and a month where we acknowledge Filipino-American contributions out here in the United States. But what I'm proud of is that we'll be acknowledging Filipino-American History Month for the second time in our city's history in a row. And we have some great people who contributed to this city and made history. The first being, who's named in this proclamation, former city attorney Benjamin Reyes, who was also the first Filipino-American Contra Costa County Superior Court judge. His successor, our current city attorney, Eric Casher. And I'm just proud to be a part of that strong legacy here in Pinole. Proud to say that I've been invited by the White House to attend their Filipino-American History Month event in Washington, D.C., so I'm looking forward to being there and also representing our city in the White House. Thank you. Last week, I attended with Mayor Toms the WestCat Board of Directors meeting. And there was a few items for board action discussion. The first was the fiscal year 2024 monthly passenger and auxiliary revenue reconciliation reports. The second was our audited financial statements for the year, as well as two resolutions that related to Regional Measure 3 and two very important projects. The first one being a project that would help us to replace our aging buses, and the second being a project that would help us to develop infrastructure to support our transition to a zero-emission bus fleet. So that was a great meeting, and happy to attend that. On this past weekend, attended the Confire event, which is really great. It was a swabbing slash blood donation event. It was also dedication for Captain Ramos and Captain Boise, and it was just great to be with the community, but mostly just to meet their families and to hear from our community members who had the honor of knowing them personally and just hearing about their stories and what they cared about. And so just want to thank Confire for their work to coordinate the event, but also to our council for making it happen, and also to our staff for making it happen as well. October 17th, this coming Thursday, is a really important date. It is when our new safe storage of firearms ordinance goes into effect. And so I just want to thank City Manager Young in her office for her role in getting the communication out to the public and making sure they're aware of the new regulations. September 3rd was the first reading of the ordinance. And if you did was in the loop with current events in the news, the day after September 4th, there was a mass shooting in Georgia, which took the lives of 13 individuals, 2 students, 2 high school students, and 2 educators, and there were 9 folks who were injured in that tragedy. Georgia has one of the laxest firearm regulations in the country. They have no safe storage of firearms mandates in that state. And so just for some background too, the student who unfortunately was the shooter had gained access to his father's firearm. And that sparked a whole national dialogue of safe storage. So I'm just really proud of our council first, thank you for unanimous support. But I'm really just proud to be part of a city that is proactive and does not wait for the next tragedy to happen in our city before we actually act on it. And lastly, just echo our public speakers. Voting day is November 5th, so please register if you have the privilege and the right to vote. Please exercise it. It'd be really appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Thank you. Since we last met in September, I also attended the East Bay Regional Division meeting where we had an overview of the different measures on the state ballot presented to us. And if you've not yet submitted your your ballot as a registered voter because you are confused about what these measures mean or the implications around them, you're not alone. It takes several readings of the fine print as well as understanding a bit more what happens behind the scenes that led to the measure actually being on the ballot. So don't despair, take your time, but do vote and make certain that you indicate how you favor or disfavor either a measure or otherwise feel about the different propositions that are presented on the ballot. Also to know that even though there are instructions on the ballot about voting for a certain number of candidates, to the extent that you are acquainted with their platforms or aware of what they represent, that is being an informed voter rather than just simply voting because the names appear there. So I urge you to get acquainted with who the candidates are to the extent possible by going to their websites and also by if at all possible, taking a look at their voting records and the kinds of things that they represent, the kinds of issues that they raise, the kinds of actual contributions that they've made rather than just the material that is presented on their websites. Okay, that's about the East Bay Regional Division meeting, the presentation there, and how helpful it was. And also, I attended a webinar that was presented, co-sponsored by Cal Cities, but the East Bay Division, but also presented by staff of the Bay Conservation and Development Commission. And they presented on October 7th to give an informational update on where BCDC, their acronym is, with regard to creating guidelines for cities to use in preparation of a regional shoreline adaptation plan. And to the extent that our own climate action plan includes some of the information that would be included in the regional shoreline adaptation plan, we are on our way to help with that, to help meet that. And something that was a takeaway from that meeting was that not all is clear about what BCDC is requesting cities to do. So has been a time period in which to provide feedback. It closes on the 18th, which is a couple days from today. So staff may or may not have already provided their feedback, but we will be hearing more as cities per the guidelines that BCDC will prepare for that kind of document. And importantly, there is the often the desire by agencies to have cities prepare these plans, but then there is the question of implementation. And that's where the feedback comes in, and that's where staff has a role, and we as council members have a role to take a look at how do we operationalize what is in a plan, does it make sense to Pinole, and what are the cost implications, both in terms of staff availability or lack of it, and or requirements on whether they are unfunded mandates or not, and how another plan fits in with existing plans. So more to be discussed about that, I'm sure, as we go into the new year, and those guidelines are in place. As recently as Saturday, the 12th, I attended a local event that was sponsored by and organized with assistance from our Community Services Department The event was put on by the Peach to Pink Project, which is a project that is an educational and informational and advocacy project that is spearheaded by one of our residents here, Keisha Stephanie, who is a survivor of triple-negative breast cancer. And you can read more about triple-negative breast cancer. That in itself is is quite a collection of words. But what it means is that according to certain tests, receptors to hormones are found to be negative, and the short of it is that it's one type of cancer that disproportionately affects African American women and Latino women. And so it was beautiful to see the turnout in only the second year. The event was held at Fernandez Park, and already I'm looking forward to it happening again next year. So stay tuned for all of you who in your own circle of acquaintances probably have someone who has been touched by either being a survivor or will get the news that their test may turn out to be such that they may become a patient that has to address this type of cancer. And on Sunday, I also attended the dedication of the Fire Station 74 in the Valley. What was also happening there and continues to be a need, especially now as we enter the holidays, is a need for blood donations. There was a blood mobile there, and some of us tried to donate blood and found out otherwise, that maybe not that day. So we keep trying, and also at the same event, there was also a drive to collect blood marrow donors, which is even more significant for those patients who may need to find a match, which often is difficult to do. So thanks to everyone who participated in that part of the day, and looking forward to continued participation by the very generous residents of Pinole who would otherwise, if you don't make a monetary donation to some of these causes, there is that very vital need to donate blood throughout the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to also reiterate what is on the tonight's agenda and so many proclamations. Just want to also honor LGBTQ plus History Month. I think there is so much exciting celebrations and proclamations this month, and just want to honor the history that we have in Pinole of LGBTQ people, including former council member Stephen Tilton, who has been who's the first elected LGBT member of this council, and of course recognizing also the additional proclamations. This is a very festive month, so looking forward to that part of our agenda. As Councilmember Martinez-Rubin mentioned, there has many of us joined the California League of Cities SB 272 guidance call, which really, for folks who don't know, is really a requirement that local governments have in coastal zones or within the San Francisco Bay. There's three parts to this requirement. The first is to develop a sea level rise plan as part of either a local coastal program or a sub-regional San Francisco Bay shoreline resiliency plan, which is also known as the sub-regional plan. This includes certain information, including sea level rise, adaptation strategies, and recommended projects. You probably, if you've been following our work over the last 2 years, you know that Pinole's ahead of the game on this because we just adopted our climate action and adaptation plan. And now we get to work with our peers in other cities to make sure that we have a sub-regional plan. Part 2 of this requirement also requires that local governments comply by January 1st of 2034. And then Part 3 prioritizes funding for implementation of sea level rise adaptation strategies in these approved plans. What's really exciting is that you as a resident can participate in this experience. Obviously, if you've been involved in the climate action and adaptation plan, you probably have, but this is yet another way for you to remain engaged. And in fact, there's a quick turnaround deadline. Unfortunately, we did not have our last council meeting to give you too much notice, but they are allowing input and feedback on comments by this week on the 18th. So if you would like to submit public comment about any piece of the BCDC plan, that is the deadline on October 18th. You are more than welcome as a resident and a private citizen to participate in it. And all in all, the SB 272 that requires local governments in the San Francisco Bay to develop a plan as a part of the sub-regional plan. The final decision the final submission for the sub-regional plan to BCDC is January 1st, 2034. So this is a work in progress. There are opportunities for all residents in our city to continue to be a part of it, and really looking forward to the work that Cal Cities is going to do, as well as our city here in Pinole. Additionally, I wanted to also report back that last week I was able to travel to Washington, D.C. to represent MCE Clean Energy, which we are a member of, as well as the city of Pinole, at the National CCA Conference. The conference was dedicated to the accelerated expansion and success of clean energy CCAs nationwide. Of course, National CCA Coalition works in partnership with a range of organizations to actively support the formation and operational success of CCAs around the country. They do it for free. We do not pay any any costs or taxpayer dollars to participate in this. But what's exciting is that we get the bang for our buck. As I mentioned before, we, over the last 2 years, we have sought out a lot of grants that support not just Pinole, but residents across the Bay Area. And we've been successful at that. Over $150 million we've secured through MCE that supports residents here in Pinole, including helping over 300 families with $2.5 million in utility debt relief. The National Coalition, which is MCE plus a bunch of other groups from across different states, has focused on advancing and enhancing transmission and distribution grid resilience, as well as deploying new technologies at scale, and also developing local renewable resources, which is really critical at this time. As we all know, we are transitioning very slowly but intentionally to cleaner energies across this nation. And so it is really important that we work with our colleagues, not just in California, but across the United States to make this possible and empower communities at all levels. And so it was a really great time, for the first time in 11 years, that CCAs came together, as well as clean industry leaders, to sit at a table and discuss some of the challenges, opportunities, and of course the vision for the future of CCA markets. I want to thank our staff at MCE Clean Energy for making sure this is a priority, that we are continuing to think outside the box, but also inform ourselves as to how to better provide customer service to the 1.4 million customers that we have across the Bay Area with MCE. And it was an honor to represent the city of Pinole, as well as MCE Clean Energy at that conference. Last but not least, of course, again, the proclamations that we have, I just wanted to take a moment to also recognize Indigenous Peoples Day. On Indigenous Peoples Day, which was yesterday, we honor the rich cultures, histories, and ongoing contributions of Indigenous communities. And the day reminds us to reflect on the original caretakers of this land we now call home, and to support their rights and sovereignty. Indigenous peoples have shown extraordinary resilience despite centuries of challenges. And as your council member, I'm committed to advocating for their rights, including the access to healthcare, education, protecting sacred lands. As we all know, yesterday was a day to take time to learn about the tribes who lived right here in Pinole and recognize their continued role in shaping our community. And of course, we have a day, but every single council meeting now, as of 2021, we have a land acknowledgement, which we are reminded every single council meeting the importance of the original stewards of this land. And so really excited that we yet again, are rising as Pinoleans and making sure that Indigenous Peoples Day, certainly in Pinole, is pretty much every day, but at least on the days of our city council meetings. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Council member?
Nothing to report, thanks.
Okay, great. So we'll move on to council requests for future agenda items. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one. I'd like to request a future agenda item for a council to consider a resolution drafted by staff expressing strong support and interest in Tesla electric vehicle supercharging stations in the city of Pinole, and a letter to appropriate staff at Tesla Motors with a copy of the resolution.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any other thoughts? I mean, is there already a resolution that could be drafted? Is there a proposed Tesla site?
Staff would draft a resolution.
You want staff to draft it?
Yes. And bring it back to council for consideration.
Okay, and is there certain timing?
There's no certain time requirements on my end. That's up to the mayor and city manager to determine. but it's just general interest in having Tesla superchargers here in the city of Pinole.
Okay, and who would get the resolution?
The resolution, the copy would be sent to the appropriate staff member at Tesla Motors, which is for staff to determine. Thank you.
Okay.
Question, Mayor. So you've already identified one source, one manufacturer of these, but I imagine there are others. So I would want to see a discussion of the different options that there are, rather than at this point identifying one specific one. So how do we? That's kind of
It's
part
kind of
of
a
the discussion.
Yeah. I'd be happy to discuss that when the item comes up. And I have further thoughts on that as well, but I mean, I think that's for when the item comes up.
I think that would be great too.
Can I just ask
yeah.
for clarification? So, if I'm hearing this correctly, you'd like us to draft a resolution and then a letter that would also reach out to Tesla. Perhaps we could draft a resolution and that could then be utilized for any other companies that also may be able to have superchargers. And then we could also look at that time that we bring forward this resolution, what other companies you all might be interested in.
So the draft, the intention would be just for Tesla for right now, though when we do hear the item, I'd be happy to entertain that as well.
Okay.
And just so we're clear, so in California, there are also other vehicle manufacturers who can use Tesla superchargers at this point in time. So it's not just exclusive to just Tesla vehicles.
Yeah, my reservation about that is, yes, that is so, and we are, by creating this resolution, we are furthering that avenue only when there can be other options that we're not aware of.
Thank you. I'd be happy to entertain other options as well when the item comes up. It's not out of the question.
I understand. Let's make sure that that happens. I've heard that kind of statement before with other items, and the discussion hasn't occurred.
Can we call the question, please? Thank you.
And I just wanted to state, my reservations for it is that we went through a...
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Mayor, question's been called for the vote. Second.
Okay, I was going to say, I haven't heard a second. Second by Councilmember Tave.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed?
Yes, no.
I'm a no, and I just wanted to explain why. We have a climate action plan that staff is going through implementation of the climate action plan, and this just kind of diverts their focus away from the plan, and that's why I'm a no. Okay, any other items?
None from me, Mayor.
Okay, any other items? Okay, we will move on then to city manager report.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to keep mine fairly short tonight. There's just a few things that I want to discuss. So first off, thank you for mentioning the coastal cleanup. That was a great event, and I was very happy to get to be a part of that. So I managed to personally bring in over 60 pounds of trash. And I ended up buying $93 worth of coffee. So I just want to say thank you to the community because way to represent. I mean, I thought I had this in the bag, and clearly, you know, as my coffee bill shows, I did not. So, but that was a really great event. It was really fun to be a part of that. So I also wanted to give an update on our police recruitment process, police chief recruitment, excuse me. So the end of this week, on October 18th, is when we are requesting all of our applications to be in so that we can start reviewing the applicants and starting the interview process. So after that date, probably around the 25th is what we currently have scheduled, we will look at interviews for our semifinalists. And then finally, after that, once we have gone ahead and identified the semifinalists, and there's multiple panels for that piece, then we will go ahead and publish some bios of those semifinalists, and those semifinalists will then be invited to our meet and greet on November 7th. That day, there will also be a community panel, and we know hopefully some of council members will be able to join that as well. And then really want to invite as much of the community to attend our meet and greet on the evening of November 7th as possible, because the feedback and the questions and all of that is really going to help me make my decision the following day. And the following day, I will go ahead and have interviews with those finalists, and then we'll move forward. So hoping to have as much community feedback as possible. So please watch Facebook, watch social media. I do want to point out that there was a Facebook post that was posted earlier this morning that implied that there were 2 finalists and just had old verbiage. We've updated that, and so if there are any questions, feel free to reach out to me, but that's our current process on that. And then finally, our director, Sanjay Mishra, has accepted another position. So Sanjay is going to be moving on, and this is actually his final council meeting with us, unless we can bring him back. So we just wanted to thank him for all of his service. I know that he's done a lot for the city of Pinole, and there will be more information about that. We do already we've already started the recruitment process, so you will see more about that in the next coming week or so. And so please also feel free to reach out to me or to HR with any questions there. But I do want to thank Director Mishra for everything that he has done. So anyway. And thank you. That's all for me for tonight.
Great. Thank you for that report. City Attorney report.
Nothing to report at this time.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. So we will move on to our recognitions, presentations, and community events. And we do have a number of proclamations, and I see we have some recipients that are here. So we'll go ahead and get started with Indigenous Peoples Day, October 14th, 2024. Whereas the idea of Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed in 1977 by a delegation of Native nations to the United Nations-sponsored International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in the Americas, and
Whereas a growing number of cities and towns in the United States have recognized the second Monday of October as Indigenous Peoples Day, reimagining Columbus Day as an opportunity to celebrate Indigenous heritage and resiliency, and whereas the United States endorsed the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People on December 16, 2010, and
Whereas for centuries, Indigenous people were forcibly removed from ancestral lands, displaced, assimilated, and banned from worshiping or performing many sacred ceremonies. And whereas the city of Pinole acknowledges that Indigenous people are the true Native Americans, as they are the first inhabitants and caretakers of the land now called America. And
Whereas the city of Pinole recognizes and honors the land that is currently home to many past and current city-owned properties as historically Aboriginal territories and Indigenous lands, and whereas the city of Pinole joins the President of the United States and the Governor of California by acknowledging, honoring, and celebrating the perseverance and rich diversity of Indigenous people, as well as the contributions and immeasurable positive impact that Indigenous people have made to every aspect of American society, and
Whereas the city of Pinole also joins the Governor of California in solidarity and support of Native and Indigenous-led movements toward balance, reciprocity, and respect. And whereas on this second Monday of October, we should honor the historic, cultural, and contemporary significance of Indigenous peoples and their ancestral lands that also became known as the Americas, and celebrate their contributions to communities throughout the land we call Pinole, the United States, and all over the world.
now therefore I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim October 14th, 2024 as Indigenous Peoples Day in the City of Pinole, and encourage all citizens to honor the perseverance, courage of Indigenous peoples, show our gratitude for the myriad contributions they have made to our world, and renew our commitment to respect tribal sovereignty and self-determination. So, at this time, I would like to invite Sophia Lopez, and she is part of the Native American Student Union, and she also has some other positions at the high school. But I'd like to invite her up here and have the council please join me.
Hello, my name is Sophia Lopez, and I am of Incan descent. I am here as a representative for Pinole Valley High School's Native American Student Union and as a secretary for Forensic Speech and Debate, also part of Pinole Valley High School. I am proud to be here to witness the 2024 Indigenous Peoples Day proclamation. From Pinole City Council, I believe that the recognition for Indigenous Peoples Day by Pinole City Council is a tradition that should be upheld, and I am thankful that I got to advocate for with my teacher, Ms. Lamans, who is the coach of Forensic Speech and Debate and also the NASU club sponsor. And members of both of these clubs feel so passionately about this second Monday of October that beautifully represents a day to celebrate the history and the culture and the continued contributions of our Indigenous communities today, and especially in Pinole. Thank you to the student members who played a role in advocating for their recognition, who sadly cannot be here today because of prior commitments. I am proud to stand here as a representative of both clubs. And especially thank you to Pinole City Council for sharing this proclamation with us. On behalf of Ms. Lamans, Forensic Speech and Debate, NASU, and Pinole Valley High School as a whole, we celebrate this recognition. Thank you so, so much for seeing us, believing us, and hearing our stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Okay, next we have a proclamation for Rosh Hashanah, and that's October 2nd to the 4th, 2024. Whereas the name Rosh Hashanah means literally head of the year or first of the year, Rosh Hashanah is commonly known as Jewish New Year. And whereas this two-day festival marks the anniversary of human creation and the special relationship between humans and God, the Creator, and
Whereas Rosh Hashanah begins with the sounding of the shofar, an instrument made of a ram's horn, proclaiming God as King of the universe, just as a trumpet would be sounded at a king's coronation. And
whereas the sound of the shofar is also a call to repentance, to wake up and re-examine our commitment to God and to correct our ways. Thus begins the 10 days of repentance, which ends with Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, and
Whereas during this time, further introspection takes place. Other positive ways to use this time for spiritual enrichment is to pray, perform charitable deeds, acts of loving kindness, seek forgiveness and reconciliation with others, and
whereas it is said that one's actions between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur can change God's judgments towards us into blessings, and whereas Rosh Hashanah is often celebrated with special foods like apples dipped in honey, which symbolize the hope of a sweet year to come, and
Now therefore, I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim October 2nd to 4th, 2024 as Rosh Hashanah in the City of Pinole. Thank you. And then next I have, we also have a guest recipient for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, which is October 2024. Whereas October is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, which is an annual campaign to promote screening and prevention of the disease, which affects 1 in 8 women in the United States every year and 2.3 million women worldwide. And whereas in 2024, more than 360,000 people will be diagnosed with breast cancer. And whereas this year, an estimated 42,250 women will die from breast cancer in the United States. And
Whereas knowledge is power, knowing the facts surrounding breast cancer can help you prioritize your breast health, support a loved one in their breast health journey, or feel prepared when faced with a difficult discussion or diagnosis. And
Whereas although rare, men get breast cancer too. In 2024, an estimated 2,800 men will be diagnosed with breast cancer in the U.S. And
whereas with routine mammogram screening and follow-up testing, the disease can be detected early so it can be most effectively treated and save lives. And whereas according to the American Cancer Society, when breast cancer is detected early and is in the localized stage, the 5-year relative survival rate is 99%. And
whereas on average every 2 minutes, a woman is diagnosed with breast cancer in the United States, and whereas there are over 4 million breast cancer survivors in the United States.
now therefore, I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council, proclaim October 2024 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Pinole, and encourage citizens, government agencies, private businesses, nonprofit organizations, and other interested groups to join in activities that will increase awareness of what Americans can do to prevent and control breast cancer, and pay tribute to those who have lost their lives to the disease. So I'm honored to give this proclamation to Debbie Pritchard, and she can tell us a little bit more about herself. Please join me.
Mayor Toms, City Council, and city officials. I'm Debbie Pitchford. I'm a recently retired city employee of 35 years with the City of Pinole, and I am truly honored to accept this proclamation on behalf of the Pinole Police Department. Now, I am a 2-time breast cancer survivor, and I cannot stress enough to everyone the importance of awareness, early detection, and early intervention. If I have the best advice, it's do the self-exams, get the mammogram. And I'm also very proud of the Pinole Police Department's participation in the Pink Patch Program community outreach. And during the month of breast cancer awareness, which is October, what we're in, the Pinole Police Department sells the pink patches for $10 each, and 100% of that money goes back to the program, which helps to support cancer research and education. So in the city of Pinole and the community should be very proud of that, and I want to thank you.
Thank you for that plug, and folks can get information on the Pink Patch program either through the city's website or through social media. Okay, next on the agenda, we have LGBTQ plus History Month, and that is October 2024. Whereas LGBTQ plus History Month is a month-long celebration of history of the diverse and beautiful lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community, and the importance of civil rights movements in progressing gay rights. And whereas LGBTQ plus History Month celebrates the achievements of 31 lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender icons, and
all right, my mothers are going to be mad at me. Whereas the 31 icons are, y'all ready? Maureen Alsop, Chasten Buttigieg, Madeline Davis, Alana Dykewoman, Tessa Gaines-Surser, Roxanne Gay, Leslie Gore, Miss Major Griffin Gracie, Brittany Griner, Maura Healy, Jasmine Hughes, Eddie Izzard, Michael R. Jackson, Leslie Jordan, Tina Kotek, Mary Jane Meeker, Scott Murned, Ryan Murphy, Carl Nassib, Stu Rasmussen, Alan Schindler Jr., Charles Silverstein, Andrew Solomon, Michael Stipe, Kara Swisher, Andre Leon Tolley, love him, Doris Taylor, Evelyn Thomas, Moof Tutu Von Forth, Samir Wiley, Penny Wong. And whereas in 1994, Rodney Wilson, a Missouri high school teacher, believed a month should be dedicated to the celebration of teaching gay and lesbian history and gathered other teachers and community leaders. And
whereas October was selected because public schools are in session and existing traditions such as Coming Out Day, October 11th, occur that month. And whereas the LGBTQ plus community is the only community worldwide that is not taught in history at home, in public schools, or in religious institutions. And
Whereas the 2024 theme is Medicine Pound Under the Scope, the 2024 theme celebrates LGBT plus people's contribution to the field of medicine and healthcare, both historically and today. And whereas LGBTQ plus History Month provides role models, builds community, and makes a civil rights statement about their extraordinary national and international contributions. And
Whereas in December 2022, Devin T. Murphy was sworn in as the first openly gay mayor in Pinole's history. And whereas LGBTQ plus History Month now also includes Ally Week, during which students are encouraged to be allies with LGBTQ plus members and stand up against bullying. Spirit Day on October 20, on which the color purple is worn in solidarity with LGBTQ plus youth, and the death anniversary of Matthew Shepard, a 21-year-old who was murdered in a hate crime on October 12, 1998. And
now therefore I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the Pinole City Council, do hereby proclaim October 2024 as LGBTQ plus History Month in the City of Pinole and urge all citizens to recognize the achievements of the LGBTQ plus community and to celebrate the great diversity of all people. And yes, thank you. And I would like to present this to Council Member Murphy And would like to ask that we hold off on a picture till after 3. We get through the 3, and that way we can switch out folks.
No picture necessary, thank you.
Well, we're going to do some on this. The next one is Filipino History Month. And that's also October 2024. Whereas Filipino American History Month, or FAM, F-A-H-M, is celebrated annually in October, commemorating the arrival of the first Filipinos in modern-day Morro Bay, California, in the United States on October 18th, 1587, and
Whereas following years of campaigning and advocacy by both the civil society organizations, the Filipino American National Historical Society established Filipino American History Month in 1992, and in 2009, Congress recognized the month of October officially as Filipino American History Month in the U.S., and whereas the lived experiences of Filipino Americans reflect a rich history, culture, and diverse identities, and whereas President Obama celebrated the first FAM at the White House, and whereas Filipino American servicemen and servicewomen have a long-standing history in the armed forces from the Civil War to the Iraq and Afghanistan conflicts, including the 25,000 Filipinos who fought under the United States flag during World War II to protect and defend this country. And
whereas 9 Filipino Americans have received the Congressional Medal of Honor, the highest award of valor in action against an enemy force that can be bestowed upon an individual serving in the United States Armed Forces. And whereas Filipino American farm workers and labor leaders such as Philip Verret Cruz and Larry Itliong played an integral role in building the multi-ethnic United Farm Workers movement alongside Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta, and the Latino workers. And
Whereas Filipino Americans are an integral part of the United States healthcare system as nurses, doctors, and other medical professions. And whereas Benjamin Reyes II, former Pinole City Attorney, was appointed as the first Filipino American judge in Contra Costa County. And
Whereas Eric Kasher, who is of Filipino American descent, succeeded Benjamin Reyes II and was appointed and has served as Pinole City Attorney since 2017. And whereas in December 2022, Cameron Sasai was elected to serve on the Pinole City Council as the first Filipino American since the city's founding. And whereas it is necessary to instill in our youth the importance of education, history, ethnicity, and creating eminent role models, establishing proud cultural identities, and producing exceptional citizens of this nation.
now therefore I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the City of Pinole, proudly recognize October 2024 as Filipino American History Month and call on all citizens to observe this month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. And this proclamation I'd like to present to our city attorney, and we will do a photograph after this last one. And the next one is Code Enforcement Officer Week. That's it was October 7th to the 11th, 2024. Whereas the state of California has proclaimed the second week of October as Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week. And whereas code enforcement officers provide for the safety, health, and welfare of the City of Pinole citizens through the enforcement of local, state, and federal laws and ordinances dealing with various issues of building, zoning, housing, environmental, health, and safety, and
whereas code enforcement officers have challenging and demanding roles and often do not receive recognition for the job they do in providing quality of life for residents and businesses of local communities, and whereas the role of many code enforcement officers has expanded in recent years with jurisdictions increasingly relying on the expertise and training of code enforcement officers in their communities, and
whereas code enforcement officers are dedicated, highly qualified, and highly trained professionals who share the goals of preventing neighborhood deterioration, enhancing communities, ensuring safety, and preserving property values through knowledge, training, and application of housing and zoning and nuisance laws. And
Whereas the City of Pinole's Code Enforcement Division is staffed by one dedicated, certified code enforcement officer and one part-time seasoned weed abatement officer. And whereas in 2023, the Code Enforcement Division conducted over 2,000 inspections and resolved more than 350 cases, primarily addressing unmaintained vegetation, building code violations, and attractive nuisances, most of which were prompted by community complaints. And
whereas the City of Pinole wants to recognize and honor the code enforcement officers that serve our community and acknowledge their role in leading the way to improve quality of life within our community.
Now therefore, I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim October 7th to the 11th, 2024, and annually thereafter be known as Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week in the City of Pinole. I urge all residents to recognize and appreciate our code enforcement staff's dedication to keeping our neighborhoods safe, well-maintained, and vibrant through their expert enforcement of housing, zoning, and nuisance laws. And I would like to present this now to Sarah, our Code Enforcement Officer, and ask the rest of the council to join me. Thank you for that. Do we have any public speakers?
We do have a couple of public speakers. We have one in person and one online. So we'll start with our in person, Mary Horton. And this relates to the proclamations. Mary. Okay, thank you.
Hello, Mary Horton again. I often don't need to correct the council, but I really felt compelled I need to bring something up. When I was on the city council back in the 1990s, Pinole and the Hoopa Indian tribe became sister tribal nations in 1992. And this was an effort spearheaded by Mayor Ann Williams. And this is a relationship with some Native Americans in Northern California that we've already developed, and it should not be forgotten. At one time, the Hoopa tribe had a seal on our Welcome to Pinole sign. I don't know if it's still there, but that should be forgotten and should be explored and developed for future Indigenous Day recognitions. Thank you.
Thank you. And did we have another speaker?
Yes, we have one online. Telephone caller, last four numbers, 5748. Sir, are you able to unmute yourself? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Anthony Ross Frank, a longtime citizen over 30 years in Pinole, voter. I'd also echo the comments of the previous speaker. I believe she has a lot to offer with regard to the history of Pinole in her thoughts and comments, being a past city council person and maybe, I think, even a mayor, Mary Horton. And also echoing the positive comments or words of the city council regarding the Indigenous people proclamation. I have asked before, but I do think that we should give credence to the Ohlone people, the Indigenous people, more credit than just a bunch of empty words. You know, you open your meeting with the proclamations for several minutes, but yet to this date, as far as stewardship and aside from words, what has the city of Pinole done in the past or recently or currently doing to promote the history of our American Indians and specifically the indigenous culture of the Ohlone people? The city of Berkeley recently dedicated a park to them in front of Spenger's Shell Mountain Park there that they discovered. Every other city up and down the county, if not in the Bay Area, has one, if not two, designated parks, Ohlone trails. Ohlone, our neighboring city up
Sir,
in
you have
Berkeley,
45 seconds.
but not Pinole, you know, and I think it's time that Pinole needs to more than just step up to the plate and name some nice park or some part of our valley trails after the Ohlone, specifically with the build out of that trail behind the caretaker's house that you promised us a few weeks ago that has yet to be started. We'd like to know more details on that, but I would take that to the Ohlone and rename that trail on their behalf. There's also an ad hoc group I heard that was working. I want an update from the ad hoc. It was led by Ms. Norma Martinez Rubin, and what's being done in that regard as well. And there's a 20 to 30 minute break.
Thank you. I'm going to ask one of those committee members to respond to those comments.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to quickly respond to the public comment, myself and Councilor Martinez Rubin are both on the Memorial Subcommittee, and we're currently working with some of the high school leaders and also communication with the Ohlone tribe, the leadership there, to seek out a few locations where we can rename a facility or a park here in Pinole. But we have to go through a process to make sure there's an application and that it's vetted through the Ohlone tribe as well. So we are in process of that. Martinez Rubin, anything I'm missing? Do you want to go ahead and add?
Pardon? No, you said it. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
We recognized that there is interest in having some of the representatives of the indigenous group and their interest in having location named the Ohlone tribe. And as an ad hoc committee, as Vice Mayor Sasai mentioned, we are going through the process that requires, which means taking a careful look at what is being available and that a site that is acceptable overall.
Thank you for providing that comment. Okay, moving on to item 8B, presentations. We have a presentation from our Community Development Department. Welcome.
Hello, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, members of the public. My name is Lily Whalen. I am our Development Director, and I have a presentation for you this evening about our activities over the last fiscal year. So next slide, please. So to start, I'd like to welcome you to our small but mighty team. Our department has 6 divisions with 8 full-time staff, 1 limited term staff, and 1 part-time contractor. We also utilize various contracts for plan check services, inspections, code enforcement, economic development services as needed to ensure the safety and health of the residents. And I am joined this evening by our planning manager, Dave Hannum. Please. Excellent. Our code officer, Sarah Patton, who you've seen. Wave, please. Great. And then our sustainability project manager, Kapil Amin. Excellent. Next slide, please. So I wanted to start with a major multi-fiscal year project that we just wrapped up over the summer, and that's to modernize our permit tracking system. And this was a effort with the finance department and the public works department as well, which the system serves all 3 departments. Our old system was established in 1999, and it was outdated. It relied on paper. It was inefficient, and it required residents to come to City Hall to do business. The diagram here on the screen, although it's a little dark, it illustrates just a portion of the old process that we had in Pinole. And this was developed and drawn by my team. First month that I arrived here in Pinole, I was trying to understand this. And this is only half of that current process. So there was a lot of frustration with staff as well as the public with the old system of permitting. And the council, thankfully, approved contracts in 2022 for us to update our software system. And we just launched the new system in July of this year. Next slide, please. So our new system offers 24/7 public access, automated workflows, and GIS integration as well. We've also installed kiosks on the first and the second floors in City Hall to help folks if they need help navigating the system. And I also wanted to call out here the other photo at the bottom here. Another big benefit of this system is that our field inspector have remote access to the system with their iPads, and we've installed some wire printers in their vehicles as well, so they don't need to return back to City Hall in most cases to issue notices and result out their inspections. Next slide, please. So the new system is a real game changer, especially for field staff, as I mentioned, and then the residents also benefit greatly from this new system with faster responses, automated notification, and then 24/7 access to their projects online. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to go into each division and give you some highlights over the last fiscal year for each division. And the first one I'll start with is the building division. So the building division issues building permits, conducts inspections, ensures code compliance, performs rental and business inspections, and investigate complaints regarding construction and safety with the Code Enforcement Division. So this year, in the Building Division, we processed over 700 building permits, $19 million, and those were everything from water heater replacements to commercial tenant improvements and major new developments in the city. The first chart on the screen shows the cyclical nature of permit demand over the last 4 years. So you can see a valuation spike on the bottom chart here for fiscal years 21 and 22, and those are associated with permit issuance for major development projects. So you'll see that in the coming fiscal years, as well as we issue permits for the pending development projects in the city, you'll see spikes in valuation and associated intake of fees over that time. Next slide, please. So our most popular permit type last fiscal year was our new permit type, the express permit, and that represented about 19% of all permits over the building division. And this type of permit is now processed in 2 to 3 business days. And that's a big contrast from a year ago, where those types of permits were issued in 6 to 8 weeks. So it's a significant improvement. The next popular permit was our permit, followed by solar permits, residential remodels, and then door and window permits. Over the last fiscal year, we conducted over 2,500 inspections and collected over $800,000 in. Next slide, please. So I know that council in particular was interested in updates or where we are with our development projects as well. So quick updates here. There's been significant progress made at the Vista Woods Apartments, which is the 100% affordable project, with partial occupancy released last month for that project. And then the Valor Village Apartments, which is dedicated to low-income veterans. And we expect that occupancy will be able to issue the final occupancy by the end of this month or early next month. And then site grading is currently underway at the Appian Village condos, with construction expected to occur next year. Next slide, please. So this fiscal year, we are proud to have, again, launched our online permitting system, introduced instant permits. So that's a portal where someone, when they put in their information online, they will instantly get a permit. They don't have any waiting time whatsoever. They pay and will receive their permit, and they can start their work. So we've already launched that system. And we also collaborated with Confire on permit issuance over this last year. And we also filled some key positions in the division. Upcoming projects in the building division include revamping our rental license program, launching an ADU amnesty program, and processing building permits for the Pinole Shores 2 industrial project, and then the Appian Village condos, phase 1. Next slide, please. So moving on to focus on the planning division now, and the planning division administers the general plan and the zoning code, and also processes land use applications. So this year we issued a variety of permits, including 16 address assignments, 13 sign permits, and 12 tree removal permits. Next slide, please. Over the last year in the planning division, we achieved some key milestones, including the certification of our housing element, and launching the online permitting system, receiving a $165,000 grant reimbursement for planning activities. We also focus on planning and development, such as supporting a planning policy intern, who we had the pleasure of joining us for about 10 weeks in the division. We also initiated parklet in the division. We also initiated parklet regulation work, reinitiated our development impact fee study, and advanced hazard mitigation and environmental justice initiatives. Next slide, please. And our upcoming projects include establishing those parklet regulations, adopting objective design and development standards, updating the safety and environmental justice elements, and implementing revised development impact fees. We also plan to launch a pre-approved ADU program and collaborate with the new owner of the Terra Hills Safeway site on redevelopment efforts. Next slide, please. So this slide is focused on housing element implementation projects in the planning division this next fiscal year. So those include zoning ordinance amendments, addressing density bonuses, group homes, low barrier navigation centers, emergency shelters, ADUs, and then SB 9 compliance as well. additional initiatives involve developing a fee waiver program for universal design home projects, streamlining ADU review with a one-stop shop and fast-track processes, and then formalizing a single point of contact for major development projects. Next slide, please. And then I wanted to give you an overview of the status of our entitled projects. So those have been approved through planning, but not yet issued a building permit. And so those include the Pinole Vista Apartments at the former Kmart site, the BCRE mixed-use project on Pinole Valley Road, and then the Pinole Shores Industrial Project. And we expect those building permits to be issued between 2020. Planning Division, we've advanced sustainability, adopting the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, adopting a single-use plastic reduction ordinance, and then an environmental preferable purchasing policy. And additionally, we launched the Pinole Energy Enhancement Rebate Pilot Program, or the PEER program, for energy efficiency upgrades, and we worked with the county on that program. And we also contributed to development of the active transportation plan. Next slide, please. This last fiscal year, we submitted 10 grant applications totaling $2.9 million in requested funds, and we are expected to secure $700,000 in grant funding in December. I can't announce anything else about it at this point, but we are expected to receive that funding action projects, so this is great news. We also prioritized community engagement through Earth Month activities and introduced some new fun events like the EV Trunk or Treat and the Single-Use Plastic Expo that we put on. Next slide, please. This coming fiscal year, we'll be focusing on advancing the climate action and adaptation projects through stricter building energy ordinances, electrification feasibility analysis, and then EV reach codes for multifamily housing. Other efforts include next diversion through food recovery, municipal upgrades to the MCE Deep Green, and partnerships with programs like Rising Sun, Greenhouse Calls, and MCE's Virtual Power Plant. Additionally, we'll focus on sea level rise planning, clean air day events, plastic reduction, and staff training on sustainable procurement. Next slide, please. Okay, now shifting focus to the Code Enforcement Division. So the division conducted over 2,000 inspections this fiscal year. Most cases were resolved successfully, which improves residents' quality of life. Next slide, please. So our Code Enforcement Division is a reactive division. As you're aware, we have one code enforcement officer who primarily responds to citizen complaints. This last fiscal year, we closed 457 cases. The majority of those were residential cases. We only had 15 commercial cases. Most of the cases involved overgrown weeds, nuisance violations, or work without permits. Next slide, please. So one of the areas that we do proactive enforcement per council direction is through weed abatement. And so we proactively enforce regulations from April through October on seasonal contract staff to help us with that. So this season, in particular, we conducted 620 inspections for abatement and resolved 242 cases. And we resolved most of those cases with a single door hanger. Some cases required the second step, which is a notice and order, and a few did require some citations in order to achieve compliance. Next slide, please. So this slide shows some weed abatement success cases in the city. So there's an open space area that was cleared with goats, and then a photo here of a residential property that was successfully abated by the property owner. Next slide, please. So this fiscal year, code enforcement also piloted the use of a body-worn camera. We launched the online reporting portal for citizens, and we conducted tobacco compliance education and massage business compliance checks as well. We also worked with the police department on abandoned vehicle removal on city streets. Next slide, please. So this slide shows some additional success, including illegal storage and other abandoned site, and trash issues at the Fitzgerald Shopping Center. We also are proud of work that Sarah in particular did with the Gateway West property owners through a collaboration with Friends of Pinole Creek to clean the area near the bowling alley and those commercial shops and install fencing to capture trash before it enters the creek. Next slide, please. So shifting to the Affordable Housing Division, its responsibilities include ensuring facilities that received financial assistance comply with affordability agreements, and then also investing limited city resources into affordable housing. So of the over 700 housing units in the city, almost 300 units, or about 4%, are deed restricted as affordable for a set period, with the remainder being market units. Next slide, please. We expect that our stock of affordable housing, however, will grow almost double by 2030 due to the work Pinole has done to encourage affordable housing in the community. And that will be due to the 242 multifamily rental units and 31 multifamily ownership units, affordable units, that are planned or in construction right now. Next slide, please. So to ensure that developments are compliant on an annual basis with affordability restrictions, the city contracts with the firm RSG to conduct monitoring and compliance on an annual basis. And then the results of the compliance are published annually in the Housing Successor Agency report, which we post online. Next slide, please. So this fiscal year, we invested $3.2 million in towards a 0% construction loan to the Saha project at 811 San Pablo. That's the Valor Village apartments. We also earned the Pro Housing Community designation from the state of California, along with a $650,000 incentive fund award from the state of California as well for our pro housing efforts. We sold Collins property to a local developer who created 4 units at that site, one of which is deed restricted affordable. And then we also secured state certification for our housing element. Work this year includes we're anticipating we will receive some support for a housing policy fellow. We hope to secure $650,000 in matching funds for the Pro Housing Incentive Award. We will be advancing housing element programs. We'll continue to monitor existing affordable units and in addition to those other affordable units that are coming online right now. And we'll also be exploring partnerships to preserve existing housing. Next slide, please. Okay, moving on here to the last division, which is the Economic Development Division. It's the newest division established in fiscal year 21-22, and it collaborates with the city manager's office to develop and implement economic strategies for the city. One of the initial tasks was creating an economic development strategy, and that was created in 2022 with input from the community. And the strategy focuses on 4 key goals. So that is economic opportunities for Pinole's workforce, revitalize commercial and industrial areas, leverage the potential of the historic downtown and waterfront, and strengthen the city's fiscal position. And then implementation of the 5-year strategy began in July of 23. Next slide, please. So this gives you an overview of some key highlights from the last fiscal year for the Development Division, which include engaging with 16 local businesses for feedback, identifying 8 key industry clusters, and marketing over 20 opportunity sites to retailers and brokers. The city strengthened relationships with brokers. We refreshed our downtown holiday lights. We launched our new permitting system, a theme throughout this whole presentation. And we also developed a marketing brochure, which I put a copy of in front of you, and there's also some for the public at the front here. And the brochure also has a QR code to the opportunity sites that we were marketing as well. So additional efforts that we made were outreach to the 12 shopping centers that we have in Pinole, preparing a memo on enhanced infrastructure financing districts for council's consideration, and attending the International Council of Shopping Centers conference to promote Pinole as a great place to do business. Next slide, please. Okay, so for this fiscal year for economic development, we have a large list of year 2 items to tackle. Upcoming projects will focus on enhancing business friendliness, and we'll also be working on some business retention and expansion efforts, and work on entrepreneurial development efforts. Next slide, please. Additional initiatives per the strategy will involve establishing a business concierge and quick response team dependent on staffing. Appreciations. Be working on looking at preparing a broadband master plan and assessing reuse market demand in the city as well, in addition to a host of other activities. And it should be noted that this might need to be pared down given the reductions to the economic development budget that were made over the last budget cycle, and the lack of a dedicated economic staffing to implement these strategies at the moment. Please. And that takes me to the end of the presentation. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that it has highlighted the important work that my team does on behalf of for the city and for the community.
Thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions from council members? Yes, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, Director. First, want to give a shout out to you and your team for this brochure. This is, man, this is beautiful. I just put a smile on my face, and seeing just, I mean, the vibrant colors and the branding, it just highlights our city so beautifully. So shout out to you and your team for that. One of the questions I get most often from residents is about the Terra Hills, the Safeway development. Can you speak a little bit more? I know you mentioned in the presentation you have been speaking with the new owners about redevelopment. And then if you can speak to some of your efforts to attract developers here to Pinole and more businesses as well.
Sure. So you try to touch base with the new owners of the Terra Hills site. As the council is aware, they purchased the property in January of 2023, and the entitlement lapsed in June of 23. And so I did work with them the early part of 23 to make sure they didn't want to pursue those approved entitlements before that they let them lapse. So I try to touch base with them about once a month, and we're actually meeting with them in a few weeks here to go over current plans. I don't have much more at this site at this time right now on what they might want to develop at the site. They have communicated to me that they are very interested in retaining that site. So that's one of their priorities, is retaining a grocery store, which I also think is very important for the community that lives around that area.
And is it retaining that particular grocer, or is it area?
Any grocery store, yes.
And then to my the second question about what you're doing more broadly to attract businesses and developers here in Pinole. I think I spoke with you about a conference you may have went to. Some of those.
Sure.
As well.
Yeah. Yes. So we created this brochure in particular in advance of me going to the ICSC, which is the International Council of Shopping Centers, and I went to the international conference that they had in Las Vegas in May of this year. So I brought a lot of these brochures. We did a lot of work in advance to set up meetings with many different businesses that we think might be good for Pinole or for them to know about Pinole. And I will prepare in my next quarterly report
Thank you.
Sure.
And then my last question is about the where the idea come, and then is this funded through a particular grant, or what is the funding source for that?
Sure. So we piggybacked off of the police department's body cams. So they had an extra one, and the division is paying the annual, a little over $1,000 fee for the body cam. The original genesis was actually staff safety. So staff came to me concerned about their safety in the field and suggested that they would like to wear a body cam. And it actually has been very successful, I think, for both staff and for the community. Staff announces themselves, letting the community know that they're wearing a body cam, and it has really increased some transparency and accountability also.
Thank you. And no, it's not the easiest job ever. So the code enforcement staff for their hard work. And it's turned on. Is it automatically during any interaction with the public about a code enforcement issue, or how does that work?
Sure. I'll invite Sarah to come up if you can and address that question.
So the process we agreed on is for any interaction with any code enforcement related case. If I'm doing an inspection, I turn it on as soon as I am about to exit the vehicle. Whether or not there will be interaction with a human, if I'm getting out of the vehicle to post a notice, then the body cam comes on. Once I get back in my vehicle and I'm leaving the site is when it's disengaged.
And how long is the footage retained for?
That's a good question. I think it's in a cloud somewhere forever. We have to refer to PD for that.
Yeah. Well, we would have to refer to PD. We pick policies and procedures.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Councilmember Murphy?
Yes. Well, first of all, can we get the question to that via email as a recap, Director Willian? Just how long we keep the footage, just so we can have information on that. Director Whalen, I want to thank you for your leadership in this team. I mean, it's been remarkable just in 4 years how much your team has done. You obviously have several divisions that do an immense amount of work for the city, and so I just again want to commend you for your leadership, and I think you have truly evolved the culture of our city hall, and it should not be, it can't be underscored enough. And I just want to say thank you first and foremost. One of the things I hear a lot about, and well, two issues I heard a lot about my first year on this council were residents were, of course, permits. That was one of the biggest things I got emails about, is how slow our permitting system was and how folks did not understand like the permitting process. And of course, you elaborated about the struggles of that early on. And so again, thank you for the e-check system. I think that's remarkable. It's done a world of difference. Certainly the residential service that we provide back to residents around questions and certainly emails, you've been responsive, and so I want to thank you again for that as well. It is truly making our city hall high service delivery, and I think that's really important. I also want to say that a lot of residents have communicated with me that when they walk into city hall, your department is one of the first introductions to city hall and their safety and their comfort, and most of your staff, if not all of your staff, just really making residents feel comfortable that this is their home, and it truly is. And so thank you again to your team. Thank you to the folks behind you, because I know many of you are interacting with residents, and as council members, while we serve in public service, we are not always here in City Hall, and you're making a really this community. And again, thank you so much for your leadership. Culture change and evolve, because we really need it in the city, and that's how we more residents to continue their both involvement in our city hall, but also their involvement in the community and keeping each other safe. And I just want to again thank you all. Two questions I had were the first is around zoning. Conversations with the housing element discussion about plans to revise and update zoning regulations. Do you can you talk a little bit about like the plans to revise or update zoning regulations, particularly to meet changing needs and accommodate our growth?
Sure. So right now we're working on implementation of the housing element, which has we've divided 3 different phases of zoning ordinance modifications. Those are not necessarily related to additional growth in the city. We are working on objective design standards, and that would relate to new developments in the city and how they would have to comply. We don't currently have right now scheduled to do a comprehensive look at our zoning ordinance, which we might need to be talking about in a few years here, as well as a comprehensive update of the general plan. We have updated our housing element. We're working on updates to our safety element and creating a new environmental justice element right now. But there's other elements of the general plan that haven't been touched since 2000. And so it's getting to be about that time to look at the general plan and do a comprehensive update. And so that has not been planned for right now, but that will be coming.
Okay, thank you. The rental registry that's mentioned in one of your slides. I know that I mentioned this last budget cycle about the notion that I think a few residents and even realtors in our community have, which is that Pinole's not getting all of what it's due in terms of the fee to have a rental in this community. As I walk around Pinole, sometimes I see areas that perhaps could someone who's a renter there, and I'm not sure if we're tracking every door to door. Can you talk a little bit about what that rental, you put it in your presentation, but what that rental registry means, and how you would be evolving or moving that forward?
Sure. So right now we have a requirement for renting a unit in Pinole to have business license annually and then have that unit inspected by our building division every 3 years, and they need to get a certificate of compliance for that inspection. We don't have a good system of tracking those rental units right now. It's really through who gets a business license. We're trying to use the technology we have right now in our new permitting system to see if we can make it work for us to use it like a rental registry. However, I think the component is public transparency and have the public go online to actually verify if someone is compliant with their unit or not. So I have been exploring some different options for rental registry tracking through a variety of different companies. And so I do have some quotes for that cost because I think that's a key part of evolving the rental registry program. In addition, the partnerships of the Bay's Future that we applied for and I'm conversing with right now and hoping that we have a policy. A portion of that project will be specifically to look at a rental registry and implement software that will help the city get a handle on our rental stock and tracking units are being rented for. That's something that I know that our permitting software can't do right now.
Okay.
So that's I don't imagine any significant change in the code and the codes that require the business license and the inspection. And bringing forward suggestions how and then how the verify.
That's helpful. Thank you. Just my last question. I guess my last 2 questions. The first is on commercial enforcement. I see that there might not be as much of a conversion in terms of success of the commercial enforcement program. Can you elaborate a little bit about why that may be, if I'm reading this correctly, and then also
are you referring to the rate of code cases that we have for?
Yeah, the way I read it, it seems like number one, we have less, so it could just be the percentage of being a lot less of the but it seems that we're not that I don't know if these enforcements are not being closed case, or are they still up in the air? It just reads as complaints, but they're not closing out.
Are you looking at slide 19?
Thank you for numbering your slides. Sure. For some reason, I'm seeing numbers on some slides, but not all of them. But I see
the one with the pie chart.
Yeah, that's it. guess the impetus
Yeah.
of my question is
Yeah.
that there are new businesses in Pinole, and while we appreciate those new businesses, sometimes they're not always the best neighbor to our residents. And so I'm just wondering about how might we improve conversions of disclosing those cases. But also, I'm also okay with being corrected. I'm just making sure I'm reading that right.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity. So I think that this is a good breakdown of the caseload that we have, and Sarah can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we have way more residential complaints that we receive versus commercial complaints. The follow from the closed, open to closed, those generally lag behind each other pretty well.
Okay.
So, we might have, 450 cases that were opened and 448 cases that were closed. They lag pretty closely together.
Okay.
So I don't think that there's a problem with enforcement with cases. So it could be that we're not receiving those complaints from the public. And so this is a, announcement to the public that you can submit those complaints anonymously online, the portal. You can call code enforcement or you can send an email. But we don't proactively go out to find commercial cases. We're just receiving them from the public.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. And I think what I was referring to is just the lower number of closed cases. So what I'm hearing from you is that this is kind of on trend, maybe with other cities as well, and that residential complaints are more likely than.
Yeah, I would say that that's probably on trend in most communities.
Okay, solid.
So this is just the universe of closed cases. So we had, a little over 450 closed cases, and that's the breakdown of the closed cases. But those correspond very closely to the open cases. So if I showed you commercial open cases, it would be close to the 15 number, and the residential case would be close to the 450 number.
Thank you for yeah, it definitely makes sense, and thank you for clarifying that. Just the last question is, you hosted an economic development summit this year for the first time, maybe in recent history. I'm not sure if we've had that in the past, but thank you again for hosting that. Do we have a date on that, or is that planned? I'm seeing a broker luncheon, but is that kind of the evolution of that type of event? Different events for next year? What does that look like?
No, it's the evolution. So it's the next step in the process per the economic development strategy.
Okay. And do we have a date on that event yet?
We don't yet. No.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. And again, thank you to you, thank you to your staff, and thank you for this report.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, any questions?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Director Whalen. I've got several questions. I'm periodically asked about getting on a waiting list or getting on a list of some sort to be considered as a potential buyer for units that are going to be going up at Appian Village. And the information is not yet on our website because we're not there yet, not even constructed. So do you foresee that kind of information as to where interested parties may call or contact someone as we have on the website for the senior apartments on Roble Avenue, something comparable to that?
Yes, definitely. Right now, the developers are not ready to announce that information. They're still finalizing their affordability plan and receiving approvals through the state right now. So they're not quite ready to announce when they'll be accepting those applications. As soon as they are, they'll let us know, and we will put that information online.
Thank you. And you said something that often interpreted differently and is also relative, affordability. Even as you described the number of units that fall under affordable housing, it made me wonder what that meant. And unless I go to some table somewhere in some of our municipal reports, it's not an easy find. So there's something that I have missed on our website where someone else interested in knowing what that affordability is could visit and understand. And so I'm thinking of a table of some sort. I know we've had them in reports, but again, they're different reports at times. And when asked the question, they're not an easy find. And also, if you could explain, does affordability also, is it dependent on the type of project? And so if we did have a table, it wouldn't fit different projects that we have in town.
I understand what you're asking. It's a question because it changes annually. So the affordability is related to the area median income, which changes on an annual basis. But the affordability category are moderate income, which are households, depending on household size also, that earn 80 to 100 is 50% and under, and extremely low is 30% and under. And above is over 120%. So we do have a section on our website, our new website for affordable housing. I will triple check that it has the tables on there that we update annually, but they should be there, and that should be a good resource to provide to community members. As far as your other question about does affordable housing vary depending on product type, and it does. So the city has an inclusionary housing ordinance that requires rental properties to dedicate 15% of their units for low and for very low, and there's a breakdown in that calculation. And then for ownership properties, the affordability needs to be at the moderate income level, which is why the Appian Village condos are a little bit special, because the city was able to negotiate with the developer, and they are providing 8 low-income ownership units, which is pretty rare for ownership. And then there's also some additional affordability for senior housing as well that I don't know off the top of my head, but I do know that there's other restrictions for senior housing.
Mm-hmm. And success story, I'm going to consider it a success story. I happen to be behind a car on the street adjacent to, it might be Roble. Anyway, it blocked my path because this person was looking for an entrance to the parking lot to talk to someone about those units. I think of it as a success story because somehow this person got news that they could inquire to potentially be a resident there. Yeah. The different flyers that you have here, multicolored flyers about e-track-it, about inspection requests, building division, the planning permit and building permit, are they available in multiple languages? Are these printouts from what's available on the website, or are they specially designed as handouts? And if the latter, are they available in other languages? Or if not yet printed, how can someone find this information on our website and then be able to read it in a language that's where they're most dominant, namely either English or some of the Asian languages?
Yeah, that's a great point. So these are handouts at this point. They are not yet available online, but they should be. So that's a good reminder. And it's also a good reminder about language translation too. So we don't have them translated yet into different languages, but thank you for that reminder. They will be.
Okay, well, what reminded me was our recent exchange via text and email, where I was in sort of an intermediary between a business that was interested in doing the right thing, inquiring on whether they needed a permit or not. And it took several of us, you and your staff, and me included, to try to come up with one, the right questions, and second, understand and interpret the language that's on our city website correctly. I think ultimately it is up to, in this case, the commercial property owner to go through the process of hiring someone who would work on their behalf to go through the permitting process. Because as a business owner, they're busy running their business. And I know we're going to run into that again and again. What made it a special circumstance for me was that I could function as an intermediary, but I also had to think about what questions to ask on a topic that I'm unacquainted with, to ultimately get the response. Really you need to hire someone, business owner, to take you through the process that the city has to obtain a permit. Yes, but it took several rounds of our exchanges for that. And the business owner happened to go through me partly because I patronize their business, and second, they know me as someone who somehow has some inkling about how this works. But the answer is no, not really, because these things are updated regularly as you go through the different processes, and also find ways to make it easier for residents and business owners. And so hence, if this is what I am seeing for the first time, I am curious about their availability in other languages, because they wouldn't work if I just handed them over. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Tave.
Yeah, just a couple questions on the count of code enforcement. How many of, I don't know if we can go back to that slide, but how many of those are repeat? Like it's the same person, or somebody struggling to, or you have a neighbor who, the grass goes from 4 inches to 6 inches, and all of a sudden there's a code enforcement call every 3 weeks.
So we definitely have those cases. Repeat folks either from prior years, and there'd been some good progress, and then kind of a lapse back into prior activities. Or we do have neighborhoods that are
Especially attentive.
yes, very intense, but also are very aware of each other's activities, and so there's a little, I'll just say a little bit of warring going on in some cases with the complaints, and so we get some, repeat complaints in those cases. I would say that's not the majority of the caseload that Sarah has. I would welcome her if she has a percentage in her mind as far as
I'm
what
just
she
trying
thinks
to
in terms of
understand
repeat.
volume and what would be considered, when does the city kind of step in and okay, neighbor A, neighbor B, look, we need to come up with a way to not keep calling in code enforcement calls for every little thing. I mean, I know it's happening because I hear it, but I'm just trying to figure out, what does a municipality try to do to help mitigate those back and forth, code enforcement wars. I don't know what we call it.
Okay. Oh, there we go. So typically, I believe that education and information is the most powerful tool that we can provide the community. A lot of times people don't know that they're doing something wrong. So in an instance where it is a lot of, well, my neighbor's doing this now, and then they're calling and saying, oh yeah, well, he's doing that. That does occur, not a lot, but it does happen. So in those instances, I try to take the informative position, and I offer them as well to have a community event, where I will come and provide information to the community as well. So to give everybody the opportunity to learn about the municipal code if they are not already informed. As far as repeat offenders go, like Lily was saying, it is a small percentage that we do deal with in that. With the proactive weed abatement that we do every year, I mean, those are going to be repeat cases in most cases, unfortunately. But typically, per our municipal code, if it is a new complaint for the same violation within a calendar year, then the code enforcement action picks up where it was left off. If it's been more than a calendar year, then we start over again.
I see.
Also, from our stance of providing great service to our community, we also like to give the benefit of the doubt, and whenever possible, if it's not an egregious reoccurrence, then we will start with the courtesy notice again as well.
Okay. On that, I wanted to ask, there are neighbors out there that can't mow their lawn or can't, we get the escalation. I'm thinking of the tree saga of 2022, right? Where we were going back and forth and they just couldn't cut, you know what I mean? What does a resident do in that case where they may be, mobility issues, financial issues? Is there a process? I think we have one in place for somebody to appeal, right?
There are appeal to any code enforcement case. They do have the option in various stages to appeal. However, we have also developed a relationship with the Rotary Club, as well as some of the churches around as well, and been in communication with them to allow me to reach out to them directly on a case-by-case basis as necessary for the vulnerable populations that aren't possibly able to do their weed abatement or whatever the matter may be.
Awesome. And then maybe you guys can kind of talk a little bit about vacant properties. Just walking around Pinole and walking a lot of Pinole, actually, there are a lot of properties that just seem, you know, there's cards on the door from people who are business owners, like, you know, landscape companies, and it just feels like there's a lot of vacant homes. And I'm trying to understand how do you keep a read on that while we're building 600 something homes, you know, and understanding that. Because I know for me, I see my house and then I think about all the people that need housing, and we're seeing a bunch of vacant homes. I'm starting to get this feeling that people buy in Pinole and prospect for, you know, property to go up, which is perfectly legal to do, but it also throws our numbers as a housing need. So I'm just trying to understand, how are we balancing, you know, what's physically in reality versus what we're trying to project as a need in the future.
So a couple of things there. So the rental registry system or the software that I was looking at will help us identify abandoned or vacant homes as well. So they have some tools to help us with that. Additionally, the policy fellow that I mentioned through the partnership with the Bay's Future, a big project in that proposal has to do with abandoned and vacant homes in Pinole. And so in working with Sarah over the last couple of years, we have noticed that there are a number of properties that are becoming an attractive nuisance to folks, which means that it's something that it's in a condition where that might invite crime, property crime. You can think of an abandoned house, and someone might break in and live there for a while. They might, you know, start a fire for heat because the heat's not on, and that can have a whole host of issues that follow from that. So the policy fellow would be working with our community-based organizations to buy up those properties, rehab them for modern efficiencies and energy efficient appliances, et cetera, and then sell them to first-time home buyers.
I see.
Yes.
I think I've seen those homes, but I see a lot more homes, 4-bedroom, 2-bath, perfectly manicured yard, but empty. Like no furniture, no nothing. I mean, windows are cracked. Like, I mean, just walking by, you're looking at it, and it looks like nobody has been in there for months. Trying to understand what that does, like how do we capture that inventory if possible at all, only because we've just built a whole bunch of homes, and what I don't want to do is overbuild and then we have to add to that vacancy, right? And I don't know if that's possible, but it's just an observation out there that I've seen where there's a lot of homes that are just don't have anybody in it.
So I think one of the first steps is gathering the data and having additional tools for us to gather that data on where there are homes not being utilized in the community is the first step.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of questions, and one will be for Sarah. But in the meantime, while she's making her way up here, can you talk about 7-Eleven on Appian Way and what the delays were in getting that going?
And Dave can speak to that one too.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, the 7-Eleven on 24. They're at the very end of their process right now. They had about a 6 to 8 month delay with PG&E. They had some serious delays with them. I just did a final inspection on their property today. Public Works, I think, has theirs coming up here in the next week or so. So it's right there. But there were sufficient delays in PG&E. That was the major holdup in this project. So, working with Public Works, they were able to rectify those and they got their poles removed and their utilities undergrounded. And so now we're just in the final phase of that. So they are planning to open, I think, by the end of the month. So yeah,
Yeah, thank you for that. I just wanted the community to hear that, that's a huge carrying cost for those property owners to be out of business. And it's unfortunate that it happened, but we just don't have control over PG&E.
Yeah, so I mean, and they had some big infrastructure projects, and that's why it took so long. Some of those things did.
Yeah. All right, thank you, David.
You're welcome.
So my next question for Sarah, or for code enforcement, I get a lot of complaints about weed abatement, and they seem to be the same sites year after year after year, and they're, vacant properties or properties where, there's a house, but nobody lives there, kind of like what Councilmember Tave was talking about. And is there some way that we can sort of, identify those for quicker processing so that we don't have to hear from the neighbors in August or September that say, I cut my weeds by the May deadline, and here, nothing's happening to my neighbor. And I know that there's a process that you have to go through. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to speed it up for the repeat offenders.
Well, yeah, as I was saying, if we've had the complaint or the same violation within a calendar year, then the process of code enforcement typically would start up where it left off. Oftentimes that does accelerate the compliance time, because once they get into an administrative citation, then we're talking about money and taking a little more seriously, and a little bit of swifter action on their part.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I could also add to that. We have been working with a City Attorney Cashier's team as well to identify other options that we could potentially use in the future for weed abatement. One of those we decided not to use this year, but we'll have trouble complying, and that's bringing a list to council authorizing an abatement on those properties at a public hearing, and then the city being able to abate the properties if we've taken those other actions of, courtesy notice, a notice and order, and there hasn't been any action from the property owner.
I have seen them, the notices come from Confire on sites in unincorporated county, and I'm not sure that they have to go through their board to get authorization to do abatement. They're just noticing that if it's not done by this date, that the abatement will occur and you will, there will be a lien, but.
We do have that ability as well. It's a longer process. So the process I'm describing would be a shorter process. However, it does require public hearings with the council. So there's some pros and cons.
Okay.
In terms of the timeline.
Great, thank you. That's all I had. Thank you for that report, and I wanted to see if there were any public comments.
Yes, we do have one online. Telephone caller, last four numbers, 5748.
Hello.
Yes, go
Can you
ahead.
hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I had a few questions on the subject. My name is Anthony. A while back, under the old city council mayor, it was brought up on several occasions by past mayor, Councilman Vincent Salimi, that he was wanting to appoint or push a program that would involve having a development department, business development person, staffer department to seek out and/or encourage more retail businesses to come to set up shop in Pinole. Had that ever been talked about in more detail? Because case in point, I think there were different opportunities that Pinole may have missed the boat, and granted, there are different reasons, but the last big one was the loss of a retail property to the city of Hercules in their large Home Depot parking lot that their city owned, to the big tire corporation called American Tire. Now, they probably didn't maybe knock on Pinole's door, but if there was a way, we could have found out and entertained them to some vacant property lots up and down San Pablo Avenue, amongst others, and people decide maybe they want to set up shop again in Hercules or El Sobrani or Richmond or San Pablo versus Pinole. Maybe we need to look into that in more detail so we don't lose the opportunity.
Sir, you have
And
45
secondly,
seconds.
How do you work with Caltrans abatements? And why is, like with the weed abatement and trash, they do one side of the freeway from time to time, but they neglect doing the other side, but maybe 1 to 2 to 3 months later, or they forget about the other side. Do we have a point person on the staff that calls and follows up with Caltrans and for their maintenance? And case in point, they did that with the east side several weeks ago, but they neglected the west side for several weeks later. And same up on Appian Way, which gets trashed on both sides of the freeway, as well as their light outages on their on-ramps, off-ramps, and the overhead on I-80 right now is still out. That I reported and other people reported on Pinole Valley Road, the 2 overhead lights on both sides by the Jack in the Box side on the...
Thank you, Mr. Vosbrink. I'll let Lily, our Community Development Director, address the task that she has about economic development.
Sure. So yes, that a business concierge staff member assigned to help with business retention, expansion, and attraction is in the economic development strategy. That person has not been hired to date.
Okay. Thank you. And then I wanted to indicate to Mr. Vosbrink that on the Caltrans website, they do have a complaint portal that I have used, and I have shared that with a number of other folks, that you can, complain about litter, complain about weeds, and I do often copy Assemblymember Wick's office, because I have also requested that that Caltrans install K-rails, not just where the freeway goes over Pinole Valley Road, and but extend it to where the on and off ramps are, and that would keep trash within the right of way, and then they can mechanically clean that up rather than have it blow over onto the slopes, which is very unsightly. We did get Caltrans to commit to doing trash capture fencing over the creek, because the trash does go into the creek, but that's where they limited it. They're not doing the extent of the on and off ramp, but if folks are interested in pushing that, I would welcome anyone to reach out to the assembly member's office to, state your desire to have that happen. Thank you. Any other speakers?
There are no more public comments.
Okay. So thank you again for your report. And we will move on to the consent calendar. We have items A through J. Is there anyone who'd like to pull anything?
Yes, Mayor Toms.
Yes.
I'd like to pull item E as in echo.
Okay.
9E.
All right. And any others?
Yes, item 9J for discussion. Thank you.
9J? None? Okay, and do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. Thank you. We have Rafael Menez for item 9B, 9E, and Irma Report for item 9J.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes, resident of Pinole. And I think at this point, I'm just going to limit my comments to the comments on 9B because if I recall right, 9E has been pulled for separate discussion. So for 9B, a member of the community highlighted for me that they'd seen people drawing water from the senior center, and they were curious as to whether that had an impact on the cost the city was paying to EB Mud. So I went ahead and looked up that information, cross-comparing the warrant for September 16th of 2023, which has two separate entries for the senior center. It's page 37 out of 272 for that particular agenda packet, and it adds up to about $1,650. Whereas for the most recent warrant, there's just one instance for the senior center EB Mud costs. And that's a total of $2,123.74, which is on page number 41 of the agenda packet. And I was sort of curious about two separate points on this. First, is there a reason that the senior center went from two separate line items on the earlier warrants to just being one line item for EB Mud, mind you, in the current warrant? And secondly, would it be possible for unauthorized withdrawals of water from the senior center to lead to the, I guess, about 32% increase in costs for water over a year, assuming that the costs are directly comparable like to like? My apologies for not submitting this in writing. I was only able to locate the relevant warrant data from 2023 relatively soon prior to the meeting, and I figured just bringing it up directly in audio would be appropriate. And that's all my comments on item 9B. I'll reserve my comments for 9E when that item is pulled. Thank you.
Why don't you go ahead and make your comments for 9E?
All right, I assume that would probably be just the usual council comments and public comments, but I'm willing to make my comments there. I continue to think that item 9E is the incorrect course of action for the city to take, given that we're asking for a sales tax measure and given the fiscal challenges that the city is going to be facing in the near and medium-term future. I feel as though, as I've stated previously, that an iterated approach of increasing salaries would perhaps be more palatable to the public than simply going up directly to the maximum amount the city is permitted to do by law. I know I'm probably not going to change the council's mind on this point, but I figured it was worth reiterating my thoughts on this matter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Irma?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. Being lived here for so long, there were reasons why some of these donations and grants were put out. Donations like gifts, because some council members were taking them, and city managers weren't monitoring them. So I just want to make sure that when we have a policy like this, I think it's a good one, because we don't want to take too much staff time coming to the council all the time. However, I know that what we need to do is some kind of accountability. I read on your procurement policy, which this item has two things: the procurement policy and the donations and the goods that are being donated. What I do want to understand is a procurement policy purchasing is there's some internal controls that are on page 4 that I think have to be addressed and maybe all, put on the donations and goods that are donated, because I think these internal controls could be a solution for not having to come to the council, but it'll give transparency and accountability, so we as the residents and taxpayers can see this accountability, transparency. And the other thing that I read on the next page, which is highlighted in blue, it's on page 6, that it gives the city manager approval on donation and grant acceptance, and also recorded in the city's financial system of record. So if we can continue something of this system, that we can all be transparent and know where this monies and donations and gifts and everything is going, not just to one party, not just to, you know, our special group. I think it'd be excellent. We've been through this before, and I can understand that we need to move the city forward with so much to do. I get it. And the only thing I do want to add is on the Appendix A on page 47. I do have some serious concerns on the type of purchase, cost, approval, documentation, and procurement method. I have a problem with 45,000 or less informal. Can I just?
Yeah, go ahead and finish.
A few minutes, okay. The procurement method given here on some of these are informal solicitation and informal bidding. When you do that, I understand the formal bidding is through procedures. Informal solicitation and bidding can be almost anything. And I'm just saying that maybe some of these costs and this procurement method can be kind of a little bit more detailed, a little more monitored, and make sure that this is what we're going to do. And informal bidding means that we make sure whoever is bidding is legit and hasn't been, you understand where I'm coming from? We've been there through this road before, and we don't have to go there right now, but I just want to make sure that we are accountable and transparent to the taxpayers and make sure that these donations and goods and services are for us and not just for certain few. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll turn to Council Member or Vice Mayor Sasai. You wanted to pull 9J?
Yes. So I had a few, well, first off, want to thank City Manager Young for bringing back one of the amendments to the procurement policy, which is the clarification that union printing will take priority over local preference when applicable. So this has been, I think, a lot of frustration on my part, seeing the list of warrants every single council meeting, and there's a lot of inconsistencies in terms of seeing a vendor that is maybe not a union printer, but then some departments have different takes on that and how they use their discretion. So this makes it a lot more consistent, so I appreciate you bringing that forward. The second part of this, is very clearly the donations and grants portion of this procurement policy. I'm curious, what is the current process to the city receiving donations and those different things?
Absolutely. So right now, we do not receive donations. In fact, we have put sort of a moratorium on that. And so one of the pieces that we're trying to do by doing this is both invite our community in to, for those that want to be more engaged and want to give those donations, and then to start an internal process. And then hopefully this can even shift to sort of a larger, perhaps a community foundation, perhaps some other items that really can start taking Pinole to the next level when it comes to accepting donations and sponsorships. There's been a lot of communication, even in the only 6 weeks that I have been here, from individuals, from businesses, from other agencies that would like to partner with us more and that would like to do various donations. Right now, with not having the process, and then also with, as we're going into the holidays and other times, to have a process where we have to go back to council for small donations for something that's like $200, $500 or so, that creates really a barrier for a lot of our community to be able to work with us on that. I do want to clarify that these are gifts to the city. Would never be gifts to individuals. So this would be something that would not change, our gift policy. This would just be providing donations for the good of the community as a whole. Also want to clarify that we would need to be strategic with the type of gifts that we are receiving, and we would have to be very cautious. We would not receive gifts from political parties or anything that could be viewed as that we might be then trying to give preferential treatment. So this would be very similar to our procurement policy, just in reverse. And in procurement, and you all know that my background is in procurement and I love procurement. But in procurement, you really are looking at sort of our overall financial partnerships with both the community and with vendors and so forth. In this particular case, I think this would give us the opportunity to start exploring some of those partnerships. Another piece is sometimes, particularly Director Whalen's department, but others will receive small grants, $2,000, $3,000, and they will have a short turnaround time period during which we will need to go ahead and spend those quickly, and it may go to something like advertising or even a particular piece of equipment with Public Works or something along those lines, that if we have to go through the entire council process, we're going to lose out on those funds. There's just not going to be a way that we can make that happen. So anyway, so the point of this is just, this would not be something that would be available to anyone. This would be going through my office and through me. And we also would be reporting on this, tracking it. You'd be able to see it in our budget quarterly updates as well as at other times. So we want this to be very transparent, and I'd really like to develop a system to make this transparent to the community for two reasons. One, because I think it's important that we have that transparency, but we also want to celebrate those partnerships. I mean, that's a really fantastic thing to be able to look at bringing into Pinole, and to have those agencies that partner with us be celebrated. We're going to have a later council item that really speaks to that exact same thing, and it's a wonderful opportunity for Pinole.
Thank you for clarifying that. And then to dive a little bit deeper into what you had briefly mentioned about the assessment you do in your office and how you sort of vet these donations. Excuse me if I missed it. Is it outlined somewhere in a policy?
So that would be an internal policy. That would be more of an administrative directive. However, it would be very similar. Like, this is our overall policy guidelines. So anything along the lines that are already in there would, of course, apply to this as well.
So it's codified in an internal administrative policy?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And that includes, you stated, political parties.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of the values of the organizations, the values of the business, right? They might not be political parties, but they may be businesses that hire lobbyists, right? And they have certain values that might be in opposition to our community. How do you plan on vetting those and really codifying that in policy?
Well, I think it's also important to look at the entire thing from a larger level as well, right? So if we are receiving, let's say somebody is giving a $500 donation to one of our parks programs, perhaps this is an individual who may be involved in some of the other pieces. Where do we want to stop having people provide funding? You can look at it even the same way as even with tax rates and so forth. I mean, at some point, if we're receiving funding into Pinole and it is not something that is creating some sort of concern about immediate favoritism or preference, is this something that we don't want to consider? And so that's, I think, a larger question as well for the council to consider.
That could get pretty tricky.
It can.
As well. And then on the first page of the staff report, you mentioned so the administrative time to create staff reports and the time for council to review these items. Usually, if we have a moratorium on donations right now, they would usually come through on consent calendar. Would that be correct, or is it just new business, or
I think
how would that be approached?
It depends. Often it does come through on the consent calendar.
And then the time being substantial, how can you estimate that time to create those reports?
So, all right. So each donation itself wouldn't necessarily take that long. I mean, to do a staff report, especially as you get more used to them, it's an hour or two, right? It also then has to go through all of the various approvals. We review them in our meetings, and then it also comes to council. So if we are looking at a staff report for every, let's say, we're hoping to have local businesses provide breakfast at our Breakfast with Santa as a way to help advertise these businesses, right? Like, let's say something like that we were to move forward with. To have each one come forward is a possibility. I mean, it's definitely something that we can do. It's something that we're currently doing. But we would bring that forward on, let's say, November 19th. These particular individuals would not even be aware of if they would be allowed to give this donation. And that piece just becomes a little bit more cumbersome. And there's also just the timing back and forth. So instead of having a team that can really focus on trying to build those partnerships, they are having to probably put, I don't know, a few hours each time to just bringing this to council, in which case, most likely, they'll prioritize other things.
Thank you. And then the internal policy had mentioned that I guess is to be developed, right?
We have a pretty good draft at this point.
Okay. Any way that the council can be briefed on that at any point in time?
You can be, and it's definitely something that we could share. If you would like to review it informally, that's a lot easier. If you'd like it to come back to council, we can do that. That is typically an internal operational piece that would be part of the city manager's role, but that can definitely be looked at.
Right, and mostly the concern is about getting the community involved in that process as well to see about that.
So we can definitely involve the community in that. At some point, though, I think you have to really look at, what's the benefit? We can have the community involved, and we could start a process with that. Most likely, though, that would really delay this process moving forward, and we would miss out on having the opportunity to build these partnerships. Often, I would recommend acting in a way where we're going to assume the best of the community, and if there are exceptions, we go ahead and evaluate them as they're coming forward.
Gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Yes, thank you, City Manager Young. I know you mentioned the reporting mechanism for the donations received, and I wanted just to start off by saying I'm fully supportive of the resolution. The one ask, as you already mentioned, and just to clarify, the receiving of funds and approval of those funds would essentially come in a quarterly report, such as our financial reports.
That's what I'm currently recommending. However, we could modify that as needed.
Okay. I just was going to ask if we can add to that, just utilizing what was formerly the city manager's report and including that in the pulse as well. Even if there's an additional section we have, those would just be, if we can. I love this idea. I appreciate your effort to create efficiencies in the process, but just utilizing a couple of guardrails such as the pulse and also the quarterly financial reports, I think would be helpful in terms of just the community and members of our public understanding.
I actually really like that idea too, because not only are we increasing transparency, but I think we're increasing the opportunity for partnerships. So I think that's fantastic.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your commitment to that.
Okay, great. Yes, Councilmember Tafe.
Yeah, I just want to kind of comment, listen to the dialogue that was going on. I think the guardrails are good. There's, the initial statement of incompatible activities that are going to be kind of the guidelines that any professional would follow in this instance. I just want to caution you and staff that, who donates to the city, why they donate to the city is really critical. And I just don't want us to be in a situation where a large donation comes in for whatever task that the community really wants, but it's from, an organization that may not, like someone said, I think, about lining up with our city's values and our core values as a town. So I just want to make sure there's a mechanism. Maybe that's in the check-in prior to, like, hey, we've been approached by X company or whatever with the council, just to make sure there's no. And I think the Pulse is a great idea too, and that's a good way for us to kind of help with, well, wait a minute, our neighbors, I know my neighbors won't be, in favor of that, right? Or, we'll find a way to get there. But I think it's a good policy because I'm thinking about the tree lighting and the difficulty that we had with donating the tree. Was the tree big enough, or it was too small? I mean, we can get all that kind of like bypassed and handled without having to come to council and talk about it. So just want to applaud your effort here. I just want to caution you that I think we really want to make sure there's some dialogue prior to accepting.
That's a good point.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. And then, did you have a comment, Councilmember Martinez Rubin, on 9E, or do you want to just have a separate vote?
I have a comment, and I would like separate vote, but I
Okay.
have a question about J, since upon hearing some of the comments from other council members. On page 3 of the policy, the red line version, there's a paragraph that reads, "City officers and employees shall report any potential or actual conflict of interest to their respective department head or to the city attorney." City officers, are electeds considered city officers? Does this apply to us? Is there a separate procedure then and/or policy that would apply to electeds? I can understand that any elected, AKA council member, could facilitate a donation or a partnership. And again, there needs to be some vetting done. But there can be an indirect or assumed expectation that's not going to be met because a council member may consider on their own that it's an acceptable inquiry or potential partnership, whereas if vetted more broadly in the larger scheme of things, there may be a potential conflict with either values or with city policy. So first, does the term city officers apply as well to electeds, to council members?
So I'm going to defer, but
Through the chair, yes. So it's meant to include city council members, appointed, committee members. There's also the code of ethics and the kind of code of conduct. So there's a number of different kind of regulatory kind of ethics frameworks that council members obviously have. This is meant to be in parallel with those, not in any way inconsistent, but it's along the same lines of just disclosing conflicts and being transparent about financial interests.
Okay. May make it explicit that city officers refers to our appointees and our elected members, so that there's no misinterpretation or under-interpretation, if that's a word, as to who city officers are. On the surface or at face value, it seems that this applies to staff or officials. It's like that term, city official. Who's a city official? Is it a staff person or is it an elected person or is it both? So could we have that inserted in the policy as drafted at this point?
Certainly, we could add a definition for city officer. I think it's meant, most of these sections read city officer or employee, so it's meant to distinguish between staff essentially and officials, but we could add a definition of officer if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Mhm.
And I request that because you mentioned or referenced the statement of conduct or norms that, but really, we haven't followed that. And there are numerous occasions here where we have not, as council members, adhere to that. So there really isn't, and if enforceable is the word, way to ensure that those norms are followed. And so I just want us to be as explicit as possible and clear as possible as to the expectation that we are trying to have, which is to recognize that there may be opportunities to acquire donations in this case, but also not to, I'm going to use the expression, fall into the temptation that a donation is so great that it impedes maintaining the integrity of both our offices as we hold them and as well as the procedures in place at City Hall. Thank you. Oh, so that was my comment and questions and et cetera about
Okay,
item
so-
J. Yes, thank you.
And E, you just want a separate vote?
Yes, and I do
Okay.
have some comments.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. So in regard to item E as in echo, let me get to that. In the resolution, there is reference to the ordinance that would be updated. And there's mention of a $700 figure monthly compensation to council members. It doesn't match the, as far as I can tell, the language in the staff report where there's a maximum of 900. So if we were to give consent or approve that item, which amount would we be approving?
Thank you for that clarification. So the amount that would be approved is $950, which is the amount that's permitted under state law for a city of our size.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And now, second part of my request to pull it would be to vote separately from the other
Okay.
items under consent.
So do we have a motion then for the consent calendar minus 9E?
I move that that the council approve consent items A through J with the exception of E as in echo.
With the modification to J to clarify city officers?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead. Well, no, I just wanted to get clarification as to why we were adding the language when we have other policies that are already applying to council for conduct.
To be clear,
It just adds clarity.
Right, but shouldn't that be added in the council norms then?
But
Or-
we have this in front of us. It's a
I-
couple of words.
I guess what I'm saying is I don't want to compound policies. Like if there is a procurement or legitimate concern, it sounds like to have this language, we would probably want it in the norms for donations, specific to donations.
we don't have norms specific to donations, and in front of us is a statement, a policy statement, where there is an opportunity to be clear on the language. And what would be your opposition to making this document clearer?
I don't think it's, I mean, well, first off, I didn't really understand why you wanted to add it in the first place, and I'm
So
wondering if
very
you could-
simply, to make it clear.
Okay.
That officers applies to electeds as well and are appointed
Does it, well, maybe
volunteers.
maybe I should ask for clarity. Does that apply to all policies throughout the city where that's mentioned?
Without seeing the specific policy, I wouldn't know. But for this in particular, I think because it says city officer and employee, I think it's meant to include city council members
Okay.
and
Okay.
non-employees.
And appointees, like planning commissioners and
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
treasurer and so on. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and yes,
And then I also want to look for specific language for that amendment as well. I wouldn't feel comfortable voting with those amendments unless there's a red line version with the language in front of me. So if we can approve the amendments that were brought forward, and if the further amendments want to be brought back with a red line version, then I would feel comfortable with that. But at this time, I'm just going to be supporting the version as it's been brought forward to us.
Okay, so to clarify, if we make another amendment defining what city officer means, you all would want to see that again, or you're
We
requesting
can
that?
bring it forward, but I do want to see the language in front of me before I do vote on that.
Wouldn't it be something like in parentheses under city officers, in parentheses that say include council members and appointed members?
Mayor, I'd like to make a substitute motion. It's 9 p.m. I just want to approve the consent calendar as is.
Okay,
I'll second
there's a
that.
substitute motion, and, okay.
Was there a second on the first motion?
I don't think so, which is, so I'm happy to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
And I'm happy to keep the motion as I had stated it.
Okay. Well, there's no second to that motion. It doesn't stand.
Can we have a second on the motion that I?
We'll just go through the process then. I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
So items 9A through J with the modification of the language and accepting 9E. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Can I move to approve the consent calendar?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? No.
No.
And I'm a no specifically on 9E, and I don't think it's too much to ask to have a clarified policy.
Pardon me, Mayor Toms. Yeah, it boggles my mind that with council members being interested in transparency again and again, the simplicity of adding a couple of words to clarify something seems to not make sense to you. So, thank you.
So we'll move on.
Thank you.
We have item 10, we have no public hearings. 11, old business, we have none. 12, new business, and this is the Pinole Valley Park soccer field donation. And the action is to adopt a resolution per staff recommendation. And we have Director Dwyer.
Evening. Thank you and good evening, everybody. I am here tonight just to introduce this item to you all. As we saw at the last council meeting, we were able to secure a donation that is in front of you tonight with West Contra Costa Youth Soccer League. They are here tonight, so thank you for your patience. So tonight, what you'll see in front of you, there is no presentation since we already covered that information at the last one. Tonight, I do have Director Mishra here. As stated, it is his final one, so let's ask him all the questions tonight. I know there's a lot that came up regarding the maintenance, and we have chatted about it. So tonight I kind of opened it up just to say this is a very grandiose gesture that we have with the team, and we're excited about the collaboration with them. We're excited to give back to Pinole in such a grand way and collaborate with the soccer group. So we have a great opportunity for the soccer rehabilitation at Pinole Valley Park. Again, this is East, which is also known as Wright Park. This is a location where right now it's a dilapidated site, and so this item would specifically rehabilitate that area, providing a soccer field playable, usable, and accessible to our Pinoleans. Again, this is a donation, so no city funds, no tax dollars. This is a true full donations for the scope of the project. And so tonight I open it up back to you, Mayor and Council, if you have any questions or specific items related to this project.
Thank you for that report, and thank you for the partnership. Any questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, are there any public comments?
Yes, we have Irma Ruport and Rafael Menez.
Good evening again. everybody. Mayor and Council, this presentation was made at the Community Services Commission last month. I'm a commissioner, and I really like the project. I mentioned this at the council meeting a month ago, also presented here. However, I'm speaking on behalf now as a resident. I'm not speaking as a commissioner. I did mention at the meeting that my question that I raised was because this is a rehab park field that hasn't been used. I used to coach, manage, and play soccer for over 20 years. I played in all these fields, university level. So I know that sometimes traffic and pedestrians and the residents there near the park need to be noticed. I would think just a courtesy notice should be sent that this field is going to be used in the future, how, when, and where. And I think it's great to have this going on, but I think the residents have the right to know that this field is going to be start using, and on weekends there's going to be games and practices on the weekday. And I'm not against it, but I'm just making sure that the residents, you know, we don't have any problems with the people around the neighborhood. And the only thing I'm concerned about, Mayor, is it wasn't really mentioned here about the maintenance and all costs incurred on the field, that our public works does minimal work. We have other things, other fields to take care of. Now, is this money going to help our public works, or are they going to maintain these fields? So I just want to say that I'm really for this, but I'd still want to know that there'll be issues coming up, and we want to make sure that we're all on the same page with these issues. And I do like the idea, but make sure that you know, our public works and our public safety and everybody's safe in the neighborhood, and we all come together and have a good time with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to go ahead and address that?
Thank you for those comments. I do want to kind of talk about something that was also previously brought up that Director Mishra and I did meet about. One of the things is we are going to be marketing this. This is not something we will do in private. This is something that City Manager Young is very big on, celebrating our wins, and this is something that is a celebration. This is something that through the collaboration and the partnership, we will be notifying residents. We will be celebrating this. We will be collaborating and really talking about that as a win for Pinole. So through social media channels, through our polls, through our Rec and Roll newsletters, through our senior newsletter as well, we will be notifying people that this is coming and that this is going to be another park that they're all going to be able to utilize. Pinole Valley Park is currently utilized, whether it's the baseball or the skate park, just in different ways, but we definitely will be saying this is another park that will be able to be utilized. So that will be out there for the public to enjoy. And then also, just we did highlight it in the staff report, but when we met, we did talk about maintenance dollars. And the reason that there are no additional dollars that are provided in this report as though it's being added is because when the drought came and we decided to no longer tend to Pinole Valley Park East, what that did was allow for the maintenance team, and Director Mishra can expand on this, to tend to other projects. Those dollars didn't get pulled away, they just got reassigned to other areas. And so there still are dollars committed to this location that are in the budget for this, so now they will effectively be used for this site. The only addition right now that we're looking at is a gopher maintenance contract cost that is already being used that we will expand to east to work on getting those gophers out of that area. Is there anything else that I'm?
Yeah, no, not really. The only thing is what we discussed in our discussion is that because the park was not being usable, so our maintenance efforts were really minimized. We're actually mowing the park only once in a week, which would be very similar to the new one, but it would be, watched a little more, inspect a little more. But we don't see any, other than the gopher maintenance being reactivated and paying for it again, and there won't be any significant addition to the maintenance work.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Menace.
Thank you. And again, Raphael Mess, resident of Pinole. And I guess I have some follow-up questions related to maintenance. I've also heard some concerns from members of the community about the potential impacts of increased use of the site, even though it's designated as a park in the Parks Master Plan, and it's sort of a known quantity, as it were. So I guess the first question is, does it need to go through the usual process that a park would need to go through when it's initially set up, going to the Community Services Commission, maybe going to the Planning Commission, all that other different stuff? Or is it just basically bringing back from a hiatus and that other stuff doesn't really need to be dealt with at all? And secondly, following up on the maintenance comments, I get that the funds allocated for maintenance for this site had been, effectively speaking, reappropriated to other purposes and will now just sort of return to their original purpose. But what's going to happen to the other things that those funds were being used for? Are they going to stop now? Is the city going to need to allocate additional funds to continue to carry out those maintenance tasks? How's that going to work? And sort of looping a bit out, I'm not sure I heard Councilmember Martinez-Rubin's comments on 9E, because I think that was pulled, but that's sort of a different agenda item. Just wanted to highlight that briefly. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to respond to the maintenance question?
Yes. So the other maintenance activities which are being actually, it's not really the funds being diverted, it is the manpower. That because we are not, spending a lot of our manpower, those are all our salaried employees. So those times have been put to other tasks, and we are able to, as such, public works staff is, the operation and maintenance is tight. And because of our budget situation, that's all we have, and that is how we manage our different tasks. So when one of the particular, say, park maintenance was slow, we are able to use their staff for other works. There is no funds or additional funds were necessary to be actually diverted or anywhere.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, any other public comments?
Yes, we do have one online. Telephone caller, last four numbers 5748.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Anthony. I was saying previously, in the television Zoom feed versus the in-person live, there's a 15 to 20 second swing between what's actually being said. So the people that go in Zoom, they can't follow that clock necessarily, and you people working off the lifetime clock. So that should be worked on to some degree, as well as we would like everybody to get equal time, whether they appear there in person at the dais, like one of the previous commenters on consent calendar. They asked for extra several minutes time, and you automatically granted them 1 to 2 minutes time. So maybe one of the other council members, if not the mayor, can step up to the plate for somebody else, like me or anybody else, for that matter, calling in on Zoom to get equal fair time as dictated or mandated by the Ralph Brown Act. Okay, so that being said, getting to the soccer field park project, the maintenance now is being contracted by an outside contractor. So are they going to get the extended job? So we're going to have to pay the outside contractor to mow the lawn and run the machines once or twice a week. And what happens to and who's going to monitor the specifically what the gopher mediator is supposed to do and how they work? Do we have a history and a track record and testimonials and references from them working on other gopher parks? Because that's a severe problem there. Not to mention the adjoining park. What's going to happen to that one? No one brought that up. Are they going to have dual soccer tournaments and dual use on both parks, all going to the soccer teams on the first park that, I may add, needs maintenance too, like right now, if not yesterday, with numerous gopher holes in that park, but no one's addressing or talking or treating that as a priority of maintenance other than other parks like the dog park.
Sir, you have
why
45
people
seconds.
don't wanna go to the dog park. But the other $1 million question for the staff and the council is, I think you have to address additional bathrooms, whoever's gonna help supplement or pay for that, because a lot of you haven't been around to see a full-fledged soccer group field over there that's gonna not have bathrooms. They're not gonna walk halfway down a quarter mile down to the bathrooms that are dilapidated and run down by the baseball park, I may add. And they're not, and the same goes for the seating. There's no seating. They have a seating stand on one side of the existing park, but there's not gonna be any seating on the new park that's gonna be accommodating or recommended for all the traffic and all the rentals you project moving forward. And I think all of those issues need to be addressed, as well as letting the community know what you're doing with the mailing, like the previous speaker said.
Thank you, Mr. Vosbrink. And I would like to note that this time and the previous time you spoke, I did give you additional time, just like I gave additional time to other speakers. Are there any other public comments?
There are no more public comments.
So we'll bring it back to the council. Is there any comments or a motion?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Director Dwyer and Director Mishra, can you speak to, specifically, can you speak to like the plan for parking and what you're thinking about? We do, of course, need to understand a little bit more about the soccer economy that we're excited to jump back into. Can you talk to that? And then my second comment is, I did notice that this quarter was the first quarter in a while we haven't received like a community services mailer to our homes. Maybe I just didn't receive it. Are we late on that? And if so, is it possible to include information in that mailer that we traditionally have had for, well, a couple years? It's kind of new, but again, I'm just wondering if we can treat this in some ways like a opportunity to kind of communicate more about the project. So two different questions there.
Thank you. So I will let Director Mishra speak a little bit more about the crosswalk parking situation. As you said, we're getting back into it. So this isn't an expansion. It's not a change. It's truly just the field portion. West wasn't spoken about because we're not touching West. There are bathrooms in the middle, but we are hoping that it would be similar to where we were before, because it still is only going to allow for the same amount of groups to be on it at the same time. Okay. So we had practices there before. We had games there before. Soccer hasn't evolved to where you get multiple, like more people, double the amount of people. It's still the same amount of people. So we will get more of them just spread out through the day, but they won't all be there at the same time. Now, it does give us an opportunity for tournaments, but we've had those in the past just a really long time ago. So parking is not changing. We're not taking any away, but we're also not adding. We also did hear directly from West Contra Costa Youth Soccer League last week that said they bring in their own chairs, they bring their own pop-ups, they have their own system of seating. So seating was not included in this piece of the plan. It's not saying that that's not something that we can't visit down the line. If that's where we get to, or we get such an expansion of people, we can look at that. It's just not something that we're expecting truly at this time. We're expecting more just throughout the days or the weekends. And in regards to the mailer, we are working on something. We actually are working on, if you've been around looking at recreation guides. Mm-hmm. The guides include many of our programs that include from all the youths from Tiny Tots all the way through swim and our seniors, so a full collection of recreation. The mailer is something that we've done in the past to offset those, but we have allocated dollars to be able to include some things so robust, and we want to just make sure it's at the right time. So there's a production piece, there's finding local printers that fit our procurement policy. We are very much so working on that, just deciding when the right time to kickstart that is through our current staffing shortages.
Thank you. Is there an opportunity to include information in that recreation guide about this development, whether it, albeit a letter from the partner? I mean, what kind of, I guess essentially the question is, what opportunities do we have to communicate directly to the residents of Pinole, and specifically the Pinole Valley residents, that this upgrade is happening? And I know because we're in a space of excitement. I know that I don't want to stall anything, but I think it's a great idea and opportunity for us to just remind folks that this project has been on our CIP for a long time, and you have done the tremendous work of finding the great partner to make this possible. And it's all a win if we engage the community and let them know. So can you just elaborate on what could be possible to communicate to those residents in Pinole Valley specifically, or the greater Pinole area overall?
Yeah, immediately what I can tell you is the Pulse and Rec and Roll. Rec and Roll is very similar to the Pulse in that we have subscribers and they get this electronic version of all of our happenings. We send those out the first Friday of every month. They are 70% opened. We get some feedback back from public input that we use. So it's a great system. So that's immediately where we could produce a story of some sort, just to say specifically, maybe not just in the normal first Friday, but we can do a specific one to this project and talk about like a news story. We also can do a news story on our website, which is new and thriving as far as getting that information out there. And then we also could look at doing a mailer just to the Pinole Valley location. As you know, the postal zip area, we can definitely tell them the locations to focus in on and do something specific to that story as well. Like you said, that just letting them know is important and a win. We could also look at, I know City Manager Young is very big on this, but we will be doing a plaque and memorializing this grandiose collaboration and partnership with the soccer team. So even just doing, I don't want to say ribbon cutting because I'm sure there's a process of doing that formally, but maybe, a soft style of a reopening of a ribbon of some sort, maybe a bow and not a formal ribbon or something, a little different than that, but to celebrate, like you said, and just bring awareness to it as well.
Okay. Yeah, I think we should, obviously take an opportunity to communicate, minimizing cost, of course, but just ensuring that we do. I think the Rec and Roll and the Pulse are great opportunities for that additional communication. If you are thinking about the recreation guide, which sounds like really exciting, and used to remember to get those, that would be a great avenue. I just want to make sure. I think this is kind of, again, we're revitalizing Pinole, and in this way, we're bringing back something that probably was a huge asset to the community. And I just want to make sure that folks know that we're trying something out. We're obviously trying something out in terms of receiving a donation, but we're also trying it out, and that they can kind of, this is a tester of giving feedback and just like them knowing. So thank you again. And totally really excited about this project. I know it's 9:20. Very excited about this project, and just thank you to your team for making this possible, and then thank you to our partners, because this is exciting. I don't have kids or anything like that, but I know a lot of children who play soccer, and so it's just really exciting to see that they'll have this additional asset for Pinole.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Tave?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to make a quick comment on the motion. On the resolution, can we please take care of the spelling error? Agreement with West Contra Costa Youth Soccer League.
So what's this cost?
Oh, just a spelling.
Just minor spelling error, please.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
It's just on the title of the resolution. Okay, so there's a motion with that correction?
In a
Is there a
second.
second? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you for that. And I want to return to our city.
Sorry.
Oh, yes.
Could I just add one piece? First off, I just want to say a huge thank you. This is amazing that this is happening and moving forward. So if we could just, and to start that type of community outreach, would you all be willing to take a quick photo?
Oh, sure.
Tyler.
And then we can get
please
that out
WCC
tomorrow.
by
Ball and a shovel?
Right.
I can lend mine.
And Mayor, through the mayor, if we can please return to the consent calendar vote.
Yes.
I know we moved pretty quickly. I just want to make sure we clarify for the record the votes that were taken. I think it's important for us to be reminded that for the consent calendar, if a council member pulls an item, we have to vote on that separately. So my understanding was we were going to vote on 9E separately. I think that might have affected the vote on the rest of the consent calendar. So I think we should, if we want to have, yes, on item, you're saying item 9J. So I think if we could please just revisit the motions, because I think we had a motion for the full consent calendar, but really we need to take item 9E separately.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Is there a motion for items 9A through D and F through J?
Sure, I'll move. I do have a quick question. I know at the top of the consent calendar, it says these items will be enacted by one motion and without discussion. Are you referring to that piece, or?
I'm referring to the rest of it. So if an interested party or council member wishes to comment on any item, they may do so before action is taken on the consent calendar. Following comments, if a council member wishes to discuss an item, it will be removed from the consent calendar and taken up in order after the adoption. And I think the important thing to highlight, because I had to think it through as well, because we haven't had this situation come up yet, but each action has a resolution that's tied to it. We need to make sure that each council member's vote is recorded in those supporting documents for these items. So just wanted to make sure we got the accurate vote for each item separately.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, and is there a motion for 9E?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
No?
Oh, yes, no, I oppose.
Okay, so that motion passes 3-2.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, are there any citizens to be heard who have not had an opportunity to speak during the first? Yes, come on in.
Thank you, Mayor Council. I'll make it really quick. This evening, I'm here to remind everybody to make sure that they vote November 5th. This election from the national to local level is so important. This is why I feel it is important that I tell you what I know about candidates running for office in Pinole. First of all, the City of Pinole election. City Treasurer is up for election. I strongly support and encourage your vote to Rafael Menes. Ask yourself when voting, who shows up at meetings, ask questions regarding our budgets. He has a degree, a BA in political science from the University of Chicago. He is currently serving as chair of Planning Commission. Two candidates for the City Council. I would like to ask for your vote and support for Christy Lamb Julian, who is a newcomer to the City Council. She is currently on the Planning Commission. Please read and review her qualifications and give her the opportunity to serve the council as a newcomer. And I also ask for your vote to re-elect incumbent Devin Murphy, former mayor and current council member, to continue his work on the City Council. He's a People's Council member, always looking out for the best representation for our residents, always doing the best he can for all of us. Please vote for him to continue his work. And I just want to say, I've gotten to know Councilmember Devin Murphy, and he's outstanding, one of the best that we've ever had. And please continue your work, Councilmember Murphy, and you are just the most outstanding person I've met. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers?
Yes, we do have one online. Telephone caller, last four numbers, 5748.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I have to disagree with the comments made by the last sitting mayor, Tom's there. I was not given equal time. I looked at my television Zoom station when you've been cutting me off in the middle of my sentence and in the middle of my train of thought without able to ask ahead of time or at that time for an extra minute or 30 seconds. it's either you, the city clerk, or somebody else that's pulling the switch on the Zoom callers. And like I said, they get treated differently. So we're going to have to ask the county supervisors, if not the district attorney's office, to investigate those terms under the Brown Act with my complaints and other public commenters' complaints with being treated unfairly or differently from people that appear live in person in the City Hall chambers for these meetings. I also would like to comment that I believe the last speaker, I echo her comments regarding both Mr. Rafael Menes, who is running for city treasurer. He's very capable. He's very accessible. He's open to public comment, and he will represent Pinole in a very fair and honest way. And he's not afraid of hard work either. And he can be held accountable and is very open and transparent. Unlike one of the, I guess, the past treasurers, who just maybe go downtown once a week or so to sign checks and so on, and let other people help administer his position. Rafael is a hands-on person, and he would be there for the city of Pinole and do a great job, I believe, as well as city councilwoman is running. She's not an incumbent, but Christy Lamb Julian has my vote and others as far as being a very
Sir, you have 45 seconds.
And it says 45 seconds, but the screen says I had 122 seconds. So go figure what's going to happen next, because it is. And as far as Christy Lamb Julian, she has my support for that of in helping the public with public safety and crime on our streets and other things that go on or don't go on in City Hall. I'd also like to ask what's being done with those 12 plus streetlights up and down Pinole Valley Road and San Pablo Avenue south from Tennant that have been out and been told to Mr. Mishra, as well as the ones on the I-80 overpass by several times by myself and other people. But I guess he's not going to leave us with a nice Easter egg or a gift. But we would like those streetlights repaired. So even if he has to work himself before he resigns with his severance package, we'd appreciate that. And the new refurbished restrooms with new plastic toilet seats at the dog park and at the baseball Pinole Valley Soccer Field Park.
Thank you, Mr. Vosbrink. And that again was another, that went over. There's, perhaps you might want to time yourself, since there's a delay, and it appears to be about a 20-second delay. Well, we'll have to look at that. All right, so any others?
Mayor, I have an adjournment if there's no more city
I
council.
have one too.
Wonderful.
So,
The mayor who adjourns the meeting.
yeah, so I wanted to see if, and he's left, but if the city manager wanted to say anything about Mr. Robert Walker.
I would like to, thank you. So, our team member, Robert Walker, passed away on Sunday. And we're going to bring this back as a council item in the future. But Robert Walker was with the city for 45 years. And I have heard that he was the first African American to be hired by the city of Pinole. And I will say that Robert was one of the first people that I got to interact with in a extremely positive way. To say that he will be missed is a huge understatement. He has been an institution for the city of Pinole, and he is family for most of our team members. So, thank you for letting us speak to this. We will bring this back with a proclamation. I also would like to just say a brief thank you to our police department and to the fire department, as well to our public works team. Roberts was in a public medically induced accident, and our teams were all there. And thanks in particular to Officer Lewis and Sergeant Duggan, they were able to start CPR fast enough that then the AMS team was able to start his heart again. And because of that, their families were able, or his family was able to be with him while he passed. So, thank you.
Thank you for that. Did you have a different?
I did.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm really sorry to hear about Mr. Walker. I also want to, unfortunately, another Pinole resident has passed, and his name is Kenneth Allen Francis. Those who know Kenneth Allen Francis know him mostly from the Senior Center, where he oftentimes was. I had the pleasure of meeting him in 2020, and he had so much knowledge about this community. He was affectionately known as Kenny. He passed away on September 24th, 2024. At the age of 82, and while he was a Pinole resident, he passed away in Walnut Creek. He was born on July 27th, 1942, and was a lifelong resident of Pinole. He did graduate from De Anza High School and furthered his education at Contra Costa College. Kenny proudly served in the Army National Guard. He then dedicated many of his years to our community, first as a journeyman mechanic in Oakland, and later as a firefighter for the city of Pinole. Kenny's commitment to service was a testament to his fun-loving personality. He was deeply involved in this local community, and also was a avid, active member of the Sportsman Club. He frequently visited the Pinole Senior Center, as I mentioned, where he enjoyed connecting with and lifting the spirits of fellow community members, and also giving those of us who are the new generation a lot of advice and a lot of skills and a lot of push and a lot of courage. His spiritual life was centered around St. Rose of Lima Church in Crockett, where he found great grace and fellowship. And he often spoke about how his life was enriched by his loving family and numerous friends. Kenny is served by his daughters, Alana Loftus and her husband Thomas, Brenda Francis, his son Kevin Francis, 3 grandchildren, and 6 great-grandchildren. Kenny was preceded in death by his beloved wife, Susan Francis, after sharing 53 years of marriage, and his parents, Louis and Kathleen France. For those who would like to honor him, a memorial service to honor his life will be held on October 28th at Wilson and Kratzer Mortuary Civic Center in Richmond. And in lieu of flowers, donations can be made available to the National Fallen Firefighters Association in Kenny's memory. Their website is firehero.org. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And so we will adjourn in remembrance of Amber Schwartz, and in memory of Kenneth Allen Francis and Robert Walker.